Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, guys, today is maybe just profit-taking day. Just give me 1 second here, please. Just want to... Music is a little too loud. There we go. So maybe profit taking today. Look at all the airlines, the cruisers, the oils, all the ones that were up yesterday. Like most of the market was up yesterday, of course, but a lot of them are down now. I'm not going to go over them all, but look at NCLH, Oxy, CCL. There are a few, but I mean, the cruisers, the airlines, and energy plays right now anyway are giving up a lot of the gains they made yesterday. So let's take a look at some of the other ones that are up today that might have some action. So we've got Arnet. Arnet, big gap up. I'm trying to see, I don't know, I can't see any specific news on it, but Arnet is up. This is a low float situation, 19 million in the float. IDEX, IDEX, is a real cheap one here, dollar. So if it can get through a dollar, if it can get through this dollar area right there, I mean, it has a shot to get up to that 150 mark. However, this is a big float, 107 million shares in the float for a $1 stock. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. Still, it is through the 200-day moving average. I took nothing in the pre-market today, Leslie. SLNO. This is a big gap down for it. Late stage drug failure for it. SLNO just getting whacked here, down 46%. Pretty big volume. SLNO. Look at this, right down through the 200-day moving average. Pixie, Shift Pixie, PIXY has gapped up, or at least it had. It's pulling back quite a bit now. It's not up that much anymore. When I first saw it, it was up around this area, $7. So it is pulling back. Lots and lots of stocks now gapping down. A lot of the oil plays. And my guess is that that little sector yesterday that was soaring, like MIT in this investment pools and funds, they're probably giving up a lot today also. OPK, nice gap up for it. Phase 3 positive results. OPK has some room to the 377 mark. It's not another one that is not a low float. I mean, again, that's a lot of shares for a $2 stock. Eyes, nice gap up for Eyes. Seen this before though, gapping up. So what are we looking at here? So on the daily chart, probably $2. $2 is going to be a tough one to get through, but it is a low float, 5 million in the float, huge volume for it. Let's see if it can sustain this and maybe get through 2. If it can finally get through 2, maybe it has a shot down the road to get to that 5 level. And Macy's opening stores. I think I saw they opened 450 stores or something. So Macy's, a nice comeback for Macy's. You know, I mean, it's been on the road to recovery since a couple of weeks ago, almost a double. This is where I think statistics lie. If you look at the headline, MGI. I don't mean they lie, but I mean they report triple digit growth in May. From what I did not look at the headline any closer than that, but that's what the headline says. Of course, it looks great. But compared to what? So anyway, there's the MGI up. Chewy, this could be an interesting one, guys. Chewy, CHWY. This is one of the few earnings plays. It is up a little bit. I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. They release after hours today. I'm sorry. Be interesting tomorrow because, I mean, if they take out this area, that will be an all-time high. IMRN. This is gapped up through the 200-day moving average. IMRN. Big on advancement of oral therapeutic for bacterial infections. So request meeting for phase 2 guidance from the FDA. So that is a nice gap up, and it's through the 200-day now. Can it hold? I mean, this could be really encouraging because volume's not huge, only 3.5 million in the float, but it's up 48%. More importantly, though, it's just above that 200-day moving average, IMRN. If it can hold, you know, what day was this? This was back in April 20th. It did get up to about 460. This is one I don't know, I just have a real negative bias towards it, but it did gap up. It had gapped up, MYZS, my size. I just find it's just never really holds its gains. It's just too up and down, but you never know. I mean, obviously right now on that daily chart, you can see that if it can hold this area, and then you look left, it's got a ton of room, and it is a low float situation, 6.9 million in the float. Well, I was just saying for MIT and a lot of the other ones that were flying yesterday in this other investment pools and funds, you know, obviously giving some up. Fate did this could be interesting. I mean, they did not an IPO, I'm sorry, not an IPO, but they did a financing at 28.31, kind of a weird price, but 28.31, and it is shrugging that off. That's Fate, F-A-T-E. And this has a lot of volume, but I just question whether it's going to be able to get it close to $1. But SQ, Sequential Brands, SQBG, 9.8 million already have traded. And it's a huge gap, 138%. But is that it? And it's through the 200-day moving average. And I think that, oh, Solo, there's another one, a couple more. Solo, Vancouver company, Solo, through the 200-day moving average now, guys. So low float situation. Of course, it's in the, we'll call it the right sector right now. And also NAKD, Naked Brands, I think it's called, Naked Brand Group. Another one that always seems to flirt with that dollar level, but net well, except for that day. But even that day, look at this. I mean, it got up to 148. And where did it close? 75 cents or 78 cents. So I just find this another really tough one to trade. Would I drive a Solo? I saw their sports car. The sports car is kind of cool. And, okay, what time is it? 9:13. So I'm just going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. So the market is going to open a little bit weak. It's like the SPY right now. The SPY is down 1%. Anyway, let me just check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Woo, getting a little more active now, the analysts, a little more active, and a lot more downgrades and upgrades. So I'll get a few of them in. Too many to type in, but I'm going to get a few of them in. Upgrades and downgrades. Just a few more to go. I mean, there are a lot of upgrades, a lot more downgrades though this morning, I'm noticing. Certainly we've had in the past few days. So there are a few of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Let's see, well, a lot of oil stocks, a lot of energy stocks. I'll get a few in here. Yeah, actually, there are way too many to, just trying to pick off a few. All right, guys, there are a few of the upgrades and downgrades. There are many more, but I just don't have time to type them all in. So there are a few of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Yeah, I mean, that NKLA, unbelievable. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, yes. Now, the flip side to that is anybody was holding the CHK. I hope nobody held this overnight. I mean, down $30. I mean, this is filing for bankruptcy. We've got this little phenomena going right now. You know, as I'm reading about it, the Robin Hooders piling into bankruptcy stocks. So, like Hertz, you know, this is another one that they've been piling into. HTZ, but I mean that there's no reason whatsoever for that one to have done what it did. Upset, you know, $78 high yesterday. No reason. Thank you, David. Well, I'm going to be in the marketing meeting again, and I don't know I actually don't know what the technical reason is that we can't do it almost immediately. I honestly don't know. But thank you for that, Dave. Upgrades and downgrades. Basically, these are analysts giving their opinions of where they think a stock might be going. Guys, IMRN. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I just talked about this one right here, and it was only up like 295. Like I don't know what it was, a few percent. Look at it now. IMRN. Gap up. I was saying it was near the 200-day moving average. It was just above it. Sorry, it was just above it. Look at it now. Yikes. Interesting that it was sort of a delayed reaction because the news had already been out. Wow. That's the power of the low float, guys. 3.4 million in the float. No. It's from many websites out there, Michael, have upgrades and downgrades. I use briefing.com. It's a free service. Just sign up for it, and they deliver it to my inbox at around 9:10 every morning. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely, Jefferson. Yeah, you just create your own watch list and scan, and then attach that watch list to your alert window or your top list window, and just monitor that. You've been here before. You've seen me keep saying I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to do it maybe this weekend. Create a video on how to create a watch list, so I don't have to keep going over and over it. But I mean, you've been in the room, haven't you? Seen me? People have asked me how to create a watch list. Old and forgetful. Look at this IMRN. That's a delayed reaction, guys. I mean, the news was released here in the pre-market, and I mentioned it. I was saying it was just above the 200-day moving average. I think it was sitting at around 312, and then all of a sudden, volume just started to pour in. This is not shortable either for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's see. Who is? Well, not you and me, Richie. I can tell you that. When you say that, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, obviously, it's just I could have, you could have been buying it. Traders come into it, and all of a sudden, it just again the news looked good. Don't get me wrong, the news looked good. Without, I didn't dive into it. All I saw was a headline. I mean, there it is. Imuron up big on advancement of oral therapeutic for bacterial infections. That's all I read. I mean, I didn't go into it. How can it be showing that on your Teradata scanner? I think you're stuck at yesterday. You're stuck at yesterday's price. Make sure you've got it. Yeah, make sure your time frame live always. Okay, live always, not live during market hours. Live always. Yeah, it doesn't seem to. I have to. I don't know. I don't understand why it's doing that. I might have to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I mean, it looks like it's flatlining, but I cannot get the. Even when I zoom in and out, I cannot get it to show the candles. Really, I don't know. Ah, thank you, the Dreamer. Okay. I know we have one way in the past. I don't know how current is that one. I'm just surprised it wasn't made in one of the 20 videos. Yeah, 2013. Yeah, it may be because of that. I mean, I do see that. That's not real. I mean, that truly is not real. I do see that big bottoming tail there, so it may be skewing it. Still the same, really? Okay. And attaching it to an alert window and a topless window? How you do that? And editing it a little bit? So remember yesterday, the gap ups were just loaded here and hardly anything the gap downs. We have a reversal today. Lots and lots of stocks gapping down. Just creating it, so not attaching it to a... I'll put my own stamp on it. Gold, guys. So gold could be, gold is the only sector right now that's positive. Right now, it's the only sector. I'm surprised. What's silver? Excuse me. So gold is the only sector that's positive right now. So the gold plays may be in play today, depending on what the market does. I mean, if the market makes a recovery, all day, then again, those are the great days when we have a bit of a gap down and then a trend up for the balance of the day. Those are the great days. Everybody picking at the ones that went down that had been flying, like the cars and all the airlines, the cruisers, the oil plays, or energy plays, I should say. All right, guys, if you want to follow my watch list, again, I say this every day, but you want to follow my watch list up and down, these two and these three right there, just from the channel bar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Windows right there, Barry's Windows right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, and your layout will be replaced by anything you click in a channel bar, including My Windows. And you'll start seeing some alerts immediately at 9:30, more than likely, from this repeating. You will not see any alerts in here until at least 9:45 in either one of them. Now, I have no idea what to expect today out of the watch list, because most of the stocks that made the watch list, of course, were stocks that were, because of what happened yesterday and actually the last few days, stocks that were moving higher and higher. So those are the ones, so most of those stocks probably are going to be gapping down a bit today. So I don't know. I didn't have very many stocks in the watch list that had actually gapped down over the last few days. So may not get too much activity out of the watch list today. Just have to wait and see, though. Well, I think, you just have to lump Oxy with all the other energy plays. What do I think of it? I mean, you just have to lump it with all the other energy plays. I don't think Oxy is any different from probably any other energy play you look at in terms of, a gap down and maybe a recovery. Who knows? Just give me a moment here, please. All right. For instance, Con was on my list. I think CONN. Con was on the list, and you can see why. It had a great day yesterday, and so when you look left on that weekly chart, it has a ton of room. However, it's gapping down now, and it's an earnings play, okay, and it is gapping down now. So the fact that it made the list as a potential bias on the way up, now it may. It's getting towards the low of yesterday, so it might trigger as a short opportunity because it is gapping down on earnings. It's a big gap down now. We have a halt. CHK halted. And this is halted because of news, such as it is. They're going bankrupt. Guys, we have a big IPO today, maybe a big one. Vroom, VRM is an IPO today. And it looks like, I think it was supposed to come out. Well, let me just do a quick check. Time is it right now? Oh, guys, the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds, so can't do that. And I'll have my Brokers Plus window up and running all day in simulation mode, connected to the simulator, demonstrating how you can use it to paper trade. Well, guys, let's have a great trading day today. And we are now open. Well, interesting. Very not that much activity yet. Rig was halted. Also probably on the way down. Actually, on the way up a little bit. On the way up, rig was halted. Wow, IMRN. I mean, I can't chase it now. It's unbelievable how these things kind of happen. You know, I typically wait out the first 15 minutes anyway. PayPal did it really. Okay, in this down market, it didn't trigger yesterday. All right, so the market's now, wow, market's down 400 to start. Yeah, a lot of the flyers from the last few days are taking a header. The casinos, the cruisers, energy stocks, and of course the airlines. Yeah, interesting. This is a earnings aftermarket today for Chewy. Sfix SFIX has an earnings play. Look, sorry guys, I'm trying to click on it. There's so many. Look at American Airlines. SFIX is an earnings play today. Released earnings after hours yesterday. It's still down. Digital Ally. So what a day it had yesterday. I heard it all day yesterday. Well, let's see, 533 was the high yesterday. Keep an eye on MIST, guys. It is now above yesterday's high. I think 5 might be tough for it to get through, but if it got through 5, look at the room it has, MIST. I mean, it's a big gap already, 10%. See, here's another one that I was thinking maybe could have good continuation, TEL. But again, you know, the sector is just getting beaten up right now. Healthcare sector, well, it's the only other one that is mildly positive. And I say mildly as in up by a penny. Gold is the only one that's up, really. Only sector that's up. I don't know if I saw any news on eyes. I know it's up, but it's, you know, it does this, I should say all the time. I mean, who knows? Maybe today will be different, but I just find that it never, ever holds its gains. Plus 207, so, you know, look at the daily chart. Stalled right there, you know, right there. I mean, I'm just seeing a general headline. Human augmentation market is thriving worldwide with Rewalk, Second Sight, which is eyes, Exo. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Just read this. You know, that's all I see. No, guys, again, if the market and the market is recovering, that was down 399. So the market is, geez, I just can't get a. Yeah, it's hard to get a read on the SPY in our charts right now. Looks like some of the airlines are starting to try to come back a little bit. I see JetBlue and Azul. Well, there is a Zoom feature, but I think what happened, there is Zoom, Dimitri, but I think what happened with the SPY, because of that stupid tail, it is skewing things. But I mean, there is Zoom. I can zoom in and out. Just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and use your scroll wheel on your mouse. Well, you know what? We've never professed to be a complete charting package. Look at two. Okay, guys, let's see if these recover. Okay, keep an eye on this sector. Again, this other investment pools and funds. Keep an eye on this sector. Yeah, I'm starting to see some gap down and reverses now. A lot of them. A lot of gap down and reverses. Okay. Yeah, getting that lag. I know it's a pain. Yeah, we're starting to get some. See, these are gap down and reversals. Definitely at the beginning of the day. There's no question. At the beginning of the day, you can get this little lag. I guess overload of data coming in. But you're right. It never used to be like that. But it's hit or miss. All of a sudden, then it just clears up. But don't know what to say, guys. Well, well, guys, I mentioned miss. I was saying it might be tough to get through five. I guess not. And I'm surprised it hasn't been halted. Well, guys, this has a ton of room, obviously. Especially now that it's taken out five, this has a ton of room. This could be a multi-dayer. Just trying to see any specific news on this other than temporary salary reductions. Love is in the air right here. Another one that had, okay, pre-market, June 9th. So this was actually an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. But this is an earnings play, guys. And look at this thing go. This has got a lot of room. LOVE, super low float for a $23 stock. So be very careful. Be very careful with something like this, okay? If you're going to try to trade this. Seeing a lot of gap down. Well, the market is now starting to move down again. Unfortunately, I can't really check on that SPY chart. It just doesn't, because of that stupid bottoming tail. For love, you have to be careful of love. It only has 6.5 million in the float. Okay, that's a very very low for a $23 stock. It has earnings. It has a ton of room that it can go, but you've got to be very careful because I mean because of that low float, anything can happen. Yeah, it can shoot up, but it can shoot down also. Ah, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good one. Boy, I haven't done that for a while. Aha! What a smart guy you are, Dave F. I haven't seen not in my charts, Calvin. I haven't seen any delay in my charts. At the beginning of the day, there's a little bit of lag sometimes in the single stock window, but I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any lag in my charts at all. Now it depends what you mean by. Oh well, let me make sure of that, okay, before I. No, it's real time. I'm just wanting to make sure. I'm just checking my IB, and this is yeah, that's real time. All right. Well, this one is. You see, there's that little. That's the minor lag. Not terrible, but not so far. Not in the charts. That's more important to me right now. Well, guys, this could be the star. I mean, this one really didn't have that much of a pullback. Great action after hours, but probably like a lot of them. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, that TWO though was really active after hours. It might. I haven't had to do that. I haven't had to do that. Here's a cannabis play, guys. OGI, little cannabis play. Believe me, if I had chart lag, I'd be all over our development guys. I'd be telling them, but I'm not. I'm getting a little bit of lag here, which is a pain. But oh, Chris V got okay. Okay, Chris, I'll give you credit for it. I didn't read your comment. Yeah, so just disable the pre-market for the SPY. Okay, guys, maybe another in less than a minute. Might start to get some in here in the watch list up and down. Look at CETX. Yeah, Fred from look at CETX. Last week it hit $3, 320 odd. It's above yesterday's high, of course. Trying to come back. CETX, low float, 7 million in the float. Lots of volume coming in. Oh, TWO. TWO might be the star today in that sector. It really didn't give that much up in the pre-market. I mean, obviously it has a ton of room, like all of them. But let's take a look at MIT. But MIT still is negative. You see what I'm saying? That TWO is positive by quite a bit. It's up almost 10%. Hey, Sorrento, guys. SRNE, look at SRNE on the move here. Had a lot of halts. Now, hopefully, there's that NKLA. Wow, look at that drop. Look at that drop from the highs. $97 down to 70. Okay, so RNet is on the move here now. Had a little bit of a RNet on the move. It does have some news, I believe. Actually, I don't see any specific news. It just might be the right sector. All right, and there it is. So there was the first one in my watch list, triggering 9:45. Doesn't mean you have to take the trade right now, but you don't have to take it at all. But two guys on the move. I feel like a crazy for missing missed, waiting, thinking that it might stall a little bit longer trying to get through 5. Not even close. MIST. Did it go positive? Yeah, it went positive. So, all right, guys, these look like they're back in play. Okay, well, there's missed right there at 547. Hall was an interesting one. Look at the gap this one has also. This is kind of in the same sector as those other ones, the MITs and all. I mean, it's not organized into the same sector, but it basically is. You can see all of them have this huge red candle in March, and then the recovery. They all look the same. They all look the same. Well, my little SSL is coming back to oil play, energy play, SSL. What was the high yesterday? Was just over 11, I believe, 11.13 or so. All right, so Hertz was halted on the way down, and now it's resumed. Okay, keep an eye on this one, guys. PS, look at break under 20 now for PS. Definitely keep an eye on this one. PS, a break under 20, maybe some support around 1850 or so. See if it holds under 20. This is a gap down and keep going down. That's a red bar ignored also on that one at 536 for missed. I just can't chase it. I will not chase it. Okay, watch list, not so bad. 432, 456 now. Of course, the miss is 547, but as high as almost 6. This one is maybe a little more difficult because it's going to be definitely sector related. These two, I think, will probably trade on their own more. They don't care what the rest of the market is doing, but these ones, MIT, the twos, all those ones are going to be very sector related. I don't think there's specific news on any one of them. Well, gold is still the top sector. It's the only positive sector that I see. Gold, so. Every other sector is down. Silver trying to pop here. Silver might go positive. So if you have any silver plays like PWAS. We don't have EMAs, Greg. Number one. So we don't know. So the answer would be no. Well, I mean, it's possible that, well, obviously MIS is just trading on its own. You know, MIS is obviously trading on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. And RNet was kind of trading on its own. It got up to 470 from the 432 alert. But look, okay, so it got to the 200-day moving average. It did get through it, but it looks like it might be. Let's see if it can actually recover up to that 200-day. I'm going to put in a price alert right there. Yeah, Vroom could be very interesting. VRM is big IPO today. Yeah, actually, the Dreamer posted one a while back. Where is it? I guess we had done this is a 2013 video. There we go. Just a minute. I'm trying to copy that darn link. Just a minute. I guess you can watch this. This is an old video. Okay, Jefferson, but I guess it's still appropriate. All right, guys, Digital Ally soaring again, and it is above yesterday's high. Okay, well, JG, you have to have, number one, you have to have Interactive Brokers as your account, as your brokerage account, number one, okay? Number two, you have to turn the strategy on. You have to have loaded it in here, okay? Then you have to turn it on. Okay, turn it on. Okay, you have to turn it on. Okay, now if it's not taking trades, it may be because your limit offset is not, it depends how quickly a trade or a stock is moving. Digital Ally just got halted also. So I would encourage you, if you haven't already seen this video, okay, I would encourage you to watch this video. Are you in simulation mode? Yeah, oh yeah. You won't be able to affect previous trades, but yes, you can edit while it's on, yes, and then just save it, yes. Obviously not affecting previous alerts, but. Okay, guys, easy come, easy go. Almost cut in half. That's why you got to be so careful. Look at the IMRN, 1380, now down to 1786. So yeah, you can edit the strategy. So I would assume if it's not taking the trades, it's because your limit offset is not big enough. I don't know. I think the default is 2 cents, and if you're trying to get a fast moving stock, you'll probably never get a fill. So I have 10 cents here, minus 10 cents. Okay. Try that. But I would encourage you to watch that video also. Goes over a lot of the ins and outs of using Brokerage Plus with IB. Okay, the only time you have to buy Brokerage Plus, Billy, is if you wanted to auto trade the AI. Otherwise, you don't. Then it's included. No, notice I I had turned on the strategy just briefly to demonstrate, and I guess right at that time it took the trade for Azul. If you're a newbie trader, I wouldn't even start thinking about auto trading the AI. Okay, but I mean, the cost for Brokerage Plus is $1,100 plus minus whatever promo we've got on now. So say 15%. Okay, the only brokerage platform that you can use to make trades from within Trade Ideas setting up with Brokerage Plus is Interactive Brokers. Now, that doesn't mean you can't external link, of course, to your brokerage platform so that it'll show up in your order entry. Then you just trade from within. Yeah, I'm so ticked at myself for not following Mist a little bit more. Man, oh man. I should replay what I was saying. It might have a tough time getting through 5. Well, I don't know if you sent me an email, Billy, but yeah, there is that. Wow, here's another one, guys. Another one losing sight of. Man, oh man. Missed, the Fate did a $6 million financing at 28.31 a share. Look at this. Absolutely shrugging it off as if nothing. No, I can't handle looking at Mist. All right, guys, FMCI. This is an all-time high. Of course, FMCI. Ah! Sugar, I'm off my game a little bit. I was trying to get it at 15.15. We'll see if it pulls back. That's the FMCI. Ah! uh, let's see if it pulls back a little bit. This could be a multi-day runner, though. I mean, it's an all-time high right now. Well, I guess keep an eye on NAKD. I mean, it is now starting to move. I sort of have a bit of a distaste for this one. It never seems to hold the gains, but we'll see here. I mean, it did hit dollar. What was that? $1.48. This is back. No, my birthday, April 27th. Okay, well, now did that alert happen at the right time? 10 o'clock? I got the alert at 10. Yeah, okay. It happened at 10 o'clock. So hopefully that lag we were experiencing yesterday with the AI. When you say you don't see any strategy trades all window, you talking about the AI? You won't see it. I'm not displaying it, Sanjay. You have to load it. If you have our premium service, you have to load it. AI/Holly strategy trades window. Do you have our premium service? Okay, well, you have to load it from the toolbar. When you say you don't see it, you understand you have to load it, or you can save this window from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that'll pop up, and then you can incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. So when you close down Trade Ideas, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, okay? And save your layout. And so then tomorrow morning, you don't have to go through the exercise every single day. Now there's not a first, but we rarely have any stocks under $1 triggering. And that's in the AI. All right, so now the market is, so we had a little bit of lift at the beginning, but now the market is starting to definitely drift down. Definitely drifting down. Okay, miss cannot be repeated in this room or else I'll ban you, okay? Still has a ton of room. I mean, amazing. And it still has a ton of room. We'll have to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Okay, you can, on a pullback, Liddy, say yes, you can. All right, so remember MIT, I think it went positive and then it went negative. So that was a brief flurry for those, but the market is catching up to that. So these stocks here in that particular sector are all very market dependent. Very market dependent. What we try to do, of course, is find stocks that are trading on their own. The alpha stocks, kind of like a Mosey right now. Yeah, and it is very tongue in cheek. Thank you for that, Harry. Anybody coming into the room saying, "Well, why would he say that?" Yeah, very tongue in cheek. Of course, I'm just kidding about banning somebody from mentioning Mist. Boy, keep an eye on this Mosey. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? It has room to about the 270 area. Let's see, it's holding right now. What's the 200-day? It's over the 200-day moving average, 188. All right, this might be just resting here. Mosey, MOSY. Again, you got to be careful. It's got only 2.7 million in the float. I'm just waiting on this one. See if it how well it holds this 2 level. There's the high 218. Mosey said GME Accelerator IP is now running on Intel Stratix 10 FPGAs for all your nerd heads out there, whatever that means. I know GME, but after that, no, there's Solo going, guys. A little bit whippy at the beginning, but there goes Solo. You know, I wish it didn't have this. This is an awful looking weekly chart with all those topping tails, but all right, guys. Well, I got a fill on the Mosey at 222, like the alliteration on that, 222 for the Mosey. Let's see if it has any move from here. Boy, Oxy, look at Oxy. All these energy plays just taking a header today. Yeah, come on, Mosey. Yeah, the bid has to catch up to the ask. Pop into the 230s. Yeah, 222 UT. I don't know what you're saying. It keeps closing windows on me. I don't understand this at all. I'm not sure. I might have to send you to our homepage and start a live chat with somebody technical, okay? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube feed because I don't know what you mean. It keeps closing windows on you. Okay, there's a link for our homepage, 222 or 2222, and start a live chat and just say and make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for the service. I have no explanation for it. Okay, I don't know why. You think a little Momo, my goodness, DGLY. I thought that was over. I mean, right there, it looked like it was down. That was down to 450. It's tacked on $2 now. DGLY. All right, guys, I will declare this a winner. I feel like I'm calling a political race a little early, but I declare this a winner for Mosey. All right, guys, I just took some out at 251. Just took some out at 251. All right. Glad, just had to wait on it just a little bit. Boy, the GGLY, I am surprised, a little bit surprised at this move, but oh, guys, we have a really good winner now in the Mosey. If you're in this with me. I'm surprised. Let's see. Don't want to see. Well, I wouldn't mind it halted right now if it popped up. All right, guys, more out at 265. I'm not gonna get greedy on this one. You can see right there on that weekly chart. This is what come on. Oops. This is what I'm looking at right there, 270. Look where it got to. It's amazing how this works. Almost to the penny, I bet. 270 and 272. So it popped about 2 cents over and 274. Just look at that weekly chart. That was an area where you always had to pay attention. Okay? So I don't have very much left. And you notice, guys, I mean, this is not a room in which I'm going to tell you what to buy and when to sell and all that. I'm telling you what I see. And it's up to you to manage your trades. And wow, FMCI. Ugh. Well, actually, it's pulled back again. Okay. Well, I'm using Interactive Brokers. What do you mean? Quickly, you just watch. I don't understand your question. It's got a ton of volume, so there's no issue there. I don't call that a scalp, to be honest with you. I don't call that scalping. I mean, it's a quick trade, but I mean that's 18%. So I'm not sure that is what you would call a scalp. I mean, it might be semantics. No, I do not do this. Okay, I'm not flipping back and forth between my Interactive Brokers account and simulated trading. I don't trade that often. Okay, I don't trade that much. So for me to use my IB account like within Interactive Brokers, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I keep saying it's not mandatory. Everybody thinks it's mandatory to use Brokerage Plus to trade. And then they find out, well, you can only use Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Well, and if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, therefore I can't use trade ideas. Absolutely nothing could be further from the truth. We happen to have this module happens to connect to Interactive Brokers, but it's absolutely not mandatory. What I consider not mandatory, but if you're a new trader, connect it to our simulator. That this is using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, and practice trading using the simulator. I mean, not everybody has an IB account, so. Yeah, I just get frustrated because I get these emails. You don't see them. I get these emails from people saying, "I don't understand. If I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, does that mean I can't use trade ideas?" And I'm trying to. I mean, listen, it'll be so fantastic down the road. I don't know when it'll happen or if it'll happen, but when we have more brokerage platforms that people can use Brokerage Plus with. Yeah, you can flatten. Just flatten. Or sell half, or I mean, quickly, I mean, you can pick how many shares you want and then you can pick the price, depending how quickly it's going. You know, I'm all out of the, so that's a quick trade. Yeah, all out of the Mosey. Yeah, but it may resume. It's a big pullback from Mosey, but I'm all out of it. And what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 245. See if this, after this pullback, if it resumes. The problem is, you can just see, I mean, it's amazing. That's why, you know, you'll constantly hear me telling you, look left on the bigger time frames. I mean, look where it's stalled. Look at those two candles on the weekly time frame. Basically, almost right to the penny. That's where it stalled. Probably, Russ. I don't know for sure. I'm a Canadian, so I've never had this issue with PDT rules. So I'm not up on it, but I'm sure it must. I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm sure a trade is a trade is a trade. Oh, I'm sorry. I see your question, Ron. So you have our premium service. Yeah, just go to the toolbar, click on New, and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, and then this window will pop up. And again, as I always say, you can incorporate that as part of your layout. Okay, you don't have to do it every morning. Well, we can't predict it, MG. I mean, all we can do is look in the pre-market. I mean, but when you're looking in the pre-market, you can already see that. I mean, the gaps have probably already happened, but you know, can they continue once the market opens? I mean, that's the thing, and that's why I create a watch list or stocks that I'm interested in. But you know, for instance, Mosey was not on the when I say watch list on the pre-market actives, it was not on the pre-market actives. There was no inkling that this was going to happen. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just flattened out right now. It's not very interesting. SFIX. I've had earnings after hours, and it's just kind of flattened out right now. What do I think about Cloudera? What do you think about Cloudera? Let me reverse it on you. What do you think about it? Well, there's no guarantee, MG. You know, there's absolutely no guarantee. That's why I like to wait 15 minutes though. Okay? I like to wait 15 minutes before I make trades because I like to see things settle down a little bit. So I don't hop into it, the big gap up in case they do pull back. You know, after 15 minutes, it's no guarantee they've settled down, but you know, you might get a slightly better read on it after 15. That's why that's what I do. Well, I mean, yeah, fundamentally, I guess it had earnings, as you know, June the 3rd, and had a nice reaction to earnings. Or did it? Can't remember now. Was that the. Actually, that was the reaction to earnings. So, you know, this was ahead of time before they released, and then they released on that day, and there was a gap down. So, you know, the market didn't react well to their earnings. I'm in Canada, yeah. Okay, so we have an external linking tool. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube feed. So if you click on tools, now this is only for the app. Okay, if you're using the web-based version, there's no external linking. But we have an external linking tool. And you just click on Tools from the toolbar and then External Linking. And then when it says click on Add a Link and then follow the instructions. And we link with many platforms. But if you're having trouble linking, I would send you to the home page, and our linking expert is sitting there waiting for your waiting for your question. And again, linking, don't get confused. All linking does is this. It saves you the step of having to type the symbol into your order entry, into whatever brokerage platform you're using, okay? That's all it is. It's just a time saver. Nothing more. It doesn't, it's not trading it for you or anything like that. That's all our external linking tool does. Well, guys, look at IMRN now. Boy, just listen. It maybe if it rests here, later on in the day, it might have another pop. Okay, Fossil on the way down here had a tremendous run. Got through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Had earnings on the 3rd after hours, but now really starting to give it up. Look at this, down 23% now. Okay, market putting in a bit of a pop here on that 15-minute. Let me see if I go back to the pre-market and see what happens. Yeah, it's getting a little bit better, but not great. Just because of the that big bottoming tail that really wasn't anything, but it showed up. I do remember LTRB. I'm afraid to look LTRPB, sorry. Yeah, crazy. And it was halted, yeah, halted again. This pops up every now and then. Now, just a word about this, okay? I mean, the only reason, where's the symbol? Oh, here we are. The only reason that this took this on, because when I was demonstrating to somebody how to, making sure they turn their strategy on, right at that very second, AZUL appeared. I wouldn't have done this. But the other thing though, had I, and if you see what the max P&L is, you would never let that turn into such a negative. Not that, 65 is such a huge profit, but you wouldn't let it turn into a big negative. Yeah, move to Canada. Though I'm not sure that's the answer either. Just a second here. I'm just going to the last little bit of my coffee. All right, this one has been active in the past, very active in the past. You can see it got up to 537, Workhorse, WKHS. They still, but look at all the resistance, very, very close. Very, very close, so I'd be very wary about this one. Well, Solo on the move, guys. I'd like to see this. Solo, man, oh man, what a tremendous 2 days this has had. This is a Vancouver company. This is electric cars. It has it has had some activity in the past, way back here in 2017. I mean, it got all the way up to $16, but it's really been, it hasn't really done much. But who knows? Maybe this is really going to get it going now. No, remember I was talking about love and that very, very, very low float? All right, watching some of the AI alerts. Okay, there's your Cloudera. Wow, nice move for Cloudera. Definitely a nice move. Let's see if it takes out yesterday's high, which is around 1081. If it does that, it could start to really come back. I mean, it's already up, yeah, 5%, but well, love is on a mission now. I mean, looking left on this weekly chart, the next area would be around 3122. All right, guys, Mosey might not be completely low. I mean, it has a big pullback from the highs. It was 272 and it pulled all the way back to 198. So that's a little scary. I mean, I'm completely out of it now, but wow, look at this on the gap up and go. Love, love, love. Whoa, look at this one. ChinaNet Online. CNET. I'm sure CNET doesn't like that. the One of the original tech websites. CNET, look at this. And this is a halt right now for CNET. Low float, 10 million in the float. But look at the weekly chart. You see you've got some little spike highs right there and a lot of interference right here. Actually, I like that term. Interference right here. So it's not clean. It is not a clean looking chart at all. Boy, I wish this weren't here on that Mosey because this is a nice look right here for it to maybe to continue. I'd like to see some volume come in, but I just think this is going to be tough for it to get through. Remember IZEA in the pre-market flying high 273. Not anymore. And how did eyes do? Yeah, I mean, again, never seen this one really hold its gains. Nice call on the CETX. It was from our YouTube feed. Fred, I think around 220 something, he mentioned it. CETX. All right, so remember yesterday was just a tremendous trending day. Virtually everything that was long kept moving higher and higher. Not every one of them, but I mean, Very few big pullbacks, but today is a different day. So I'm looking at the FMCA. There was 14.93. It got all the way up to almost $1, and then there's a big pullback. However, I'm going to stick an alert at it for around, say 15.23. See if it takes that out later on with some volume. It's basically, well, it's showing an all-time high, but of course there would be the all-time high up here. Give me a second here. Just want to see what Love and CETX just exploding. All right, so I read about this one. So Vroom, VRM, lots of big guys behind it too. Goldman Sachs, anyway. 21 million shares. IPO price 22. I believe it's going to be higher when it comes out. All right, everybody. Wow, 10:30 already. Wow, look at CETX. I know I mentioned. Well, Fred mentioned in the YouTube feed right around here, and this has just gone straight up. CETX, wonderful call. And on the week, 318 last week, so it's a little bit above that. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. A lot of fun and excitement, certainly the first hour and two. The room is open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And this is a free room. This is like this every day. This is not a unique day that you have found the room and, wow, this is a free room. Is it only today? No, this is a free room. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the Scans tab, here are all the scans that I am sharing, okay? Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. And that'll go to a Word document. And from there, all you have to do is copy the link. You want to load it into your platform. All you have to do is copy the link. And once you've done that, oh, Windows, why do you do that to me every now and then? Okay, just a minute. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to have to rearrange some stuff. Give me a moment. What a move. Great call by Fred in our YouTube stream on CETX. What a call. CETX. Just give me a second here, guys. There's a couple more things I have to do. Yeah, Iris, the problem is that I cannot share anything in the YouTube feed. Okay, I can share like one scan at a time. So if you want the scans, then I would ask you maybe to come into what I call the other. I know it sounds a little crazy, but there is another trading room. And that is where I can easily share things, okay? So Iris, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the other trading room. A lot more traders in there. Then I can share scans and everything with you, okay? Now, let me just quickly talk about our subscriptions. You want to have take part in all the fun. Take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So click on the subscriptions tab. And I'm going to pop this into the room also. Iris, you don't have to yell at me. Can you hear me? I have the link to the trading room right above. Okay, I put the link right above. Right here. There's the link for the trading room right there. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to talk about the link. Oh, I'm sorry, the subscriptions. So click on that tab or the link, and you'll see how much Trade Ideas costs. Here's our well, I don't want to call it preferred plan, but their premium yearly and our standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus 15% using that promo, and the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15% using the promo. The big difference, if you're taking our premium plan, is because you want the AI. It's that simple. Okay. And I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always try us out for a... Okay, Iris, can you hear me? Just have to look right above. Right above is the link. Right above you. Can you not see? There's the link for the trading room. I will put it in again. Okay, right there. So you can always start off with a standard monthly plan, $118 a month, less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. Okay, you can try us out for a month. If within a month you decide you like the program, you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual plan, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo. Okay. I'm going to go over the links now. A lot of links here. So I've already gone over subscriptions. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is a great intro to Brokerage Plus, okay? Those of you looking for an intro to Brokerage Plus and connecting to, say, your IB Interactive Brokers account, this is a great video that Michael Noss did last week. It's about 28 minutes long, but it's well worth it, okay? I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. I'm going to pop that link, that Brokerage Plus link in, also into the YouTube feed. It is not the one from the channel bar. No, the one from the channel bar, I might even get them to change it. The one from the channel bar takes you into the YouTube feed. Nothing wrong with the YouTube feed. But the problem is it's very difficult for me to share links. I can share one link at a time, but it's just difficult for me to do that. So, and there are way more active traders in the other trading room. So there's the link to get into the other trading room. So I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can subscribe to that. Everything is free. The download, you should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. You know you don't if you don't have the similar tab in the single stock window or a buy and sell button in the chart, on the chart. 20 short video lessons. This is a great one for anybody who's brand new, okay? I'm going to put that one definitely as a separate link. It's a great link for people who are brand new to Trade Ideas. Okay, 20 short video lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace, but they cover so many different topics. You know, what is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, etc., etc. And down here we have 3 on Brokerage Plus. And what else do we have? Next test drive. Now, we do have another training link, okay? You click on that link right there, and you will see right here, we do have the 20 lessons, but we also have all the webinars here. All the webinars that you can sign up for. They're all free. The webinars are at 5 o'clock Eastern time, but they are all archived. And the next test drive sign up, if you click on that link, we do this typically 4 times a year. So if we hold serve, it'll be in August, okay? And basically what it allows you to do for $8.99 gives you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days, all right? So if you fill this in, you'll get an email back once we're getting closer to the next test drive. We don't have free trials, so there's a great opportunity. We had our last one, we had over 4,000 people sign up. It was a huge record for us. Okay, so I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus a little bit. The room is free. Cheyenne, if you're in this room, this is the one you want to be in, okay? You don't have to worry about the other one. Other one's okay if you don't really care about interacting with other traders and you just want to hear me and maybe see my screen. But if you want to interact with other traders, you're in the right room. No, Mike D. The AI, and I'm going to go over it right now. Okay, the AI, it's like saying beforehand, well, what stocks are going to make new highs or new lows for today? You know, ahead of time. Well, of course, we don't know that. So that's the same thing with the AI. If this were an AI strategy, which it isn't, but basically this is what happens. Once the market closes today, the AI looks at, I think we have 50 baseline strategies. Look at Hertz. Unstoppable still, even though it's going, file for bankruptcy or Chapter 11, a form of bankruptcy. So this is what the AI does. Once the market closes today, the AI looks at all the AI strategies, and I think there are about 50 of them, and starts to look at the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters, and starts making adjustments to the values. This one says a price between 1 and 30. Maybe makes a change there. Maybe adds a filter, takes out a filter, runs through this whole optimization procedure. So to answer your question, tomorrow we are then presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut, these are the strategies that made the cut today because they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination, okay? Tomorrow we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. But to answer your question, the AI can't know ahead of time what alerts we're going to get because it obviously has no idea what alerts are going to meet. Number one, here are the filter requirements that I've got in that, just the basic one. Here's my price range. Current volume has to be at least 3. So what that means is trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. The volume has to be at least 300,000 shares. Up or down 3%. So obviously tomorrow we don't know what stocks are going to meet those criteria. So it's the same thing with the AI. And then all you have to do, if you have our premium service, just click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, that one right there, and you will see the AI alerts as they come in during the day. All right. I would take this window and I would save it with your layout so that you don't have to do it every day. It just automatically will be part of your layout. Okay, so let us now talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Yeah, well, all the airline. We'll take a look at the airlines. Take a look at that investment portfolio or the investment funds. Take a look at the cruisers. Yeah, they're all following, basically all following the market, the overall market. Very rarely, unless a stock, unless, American came out with, or one of the airlines or one of the cruise lines came out with news specific to it, rarely are you going to see them trading differently. They're all going to trade en masse. All right, guys, so what I'm displaying here is Brokerage Plus. And to load the Brokerage Plus window, all you do, and this is only available with the app. It's not available with the web line, with the web-based version. And you just click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up, and there's a great introduction. I'm going to pop that in again to Brokerage Plus. And what I demonstrate all day long, I put it in simulation mode. If you're a new trader, or even if you're, I call it a seasoned trader, but you want to maybe test a strategy and just paper trade it for a while, you can do that. And this is all part of our standard service. You just basically check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, okay? And then you can, basically you just, click on an alert. There's the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. The price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell it. If you're going long, you buy it. And these are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position, gets you out of half your position. You can double your position, or you can reverse. Reverse meaning you were long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. And I'll take some. I'll show you how easy it is to do all this. Let's take Mist right now, just for fun. Okay, so Mist looks like it's trying to come back a little bit. So I'm going to take 300 shares, and I could go into the market. The spread's only 3 cents, so that's not a terrible spread. And again, this is just demonstrating how you can use it. I'm going to buy it right at the market. I probably took it at 540. Yep. So, we're down already, but this is just demonstrating how you can easily do it. Now you can now you should always have a stop in mind ahead of time. Okay, so I'll put a stop right here at 505. Add a stop order. I'm just showing the most mechanical way to use this. I'm not going to get into the more advanced way because I want you to watch that video and it goes into all of that. So now I've added a stop order. And again, I did some mental gymnastics. I wanted to try to, because what I suggest is that you get used to the idea of when a trade, not all trades are going to work for you. And you should have an out, obviously a stop, but also a dollar amount that you are willing to risk per trade. Okay? And so in the simulator, I'm trying to risk $100 a trade. So, I did some math, and that's why I picked the stop at about 505. So it's $1.05 or $105. If I allowed this now to get down to $1.05 or 105, I'll get it right. If I allowed it to go down to $5.05, it would take me out automatically for that loss. Okay. I can also, if I wanted to, I could put a target. So let's just do it. So I can put a target, add a target order. I'll just put 6 in. I add it. And now you'll see right on the chart, there it is. So if I allow this to run automatically right now, okay, I'd be taken out for $180 if it hit 6, or I'd lose 105 if it moved down here. I can always move my stop up and down right on the chart. Okay, so you can use this like a trailing stop. And of course, if it starts approaching the what I'm going to call the so-called target, I can always move this up or down. If I thought it was stalling, I could move it down and take it out earlier. Or if it's really working well, I could always keep moving the target up and down. One cancels the other. I believe so. Not sure. I know that's vague, but I believe so. All right, guys. So that is a explanation of Brokerage Plus. So you see right now. Thank you, the Dreamer, my unofficial sidekick. Bankruptcy, who cares? Hurts. But there's bankruptcy and then there's bankruptcy. So this is a chapter 11. So it's not quite, well, guys, that's it. It's over. Well, I would assume it's a bullish scan. Somebody knows something. So I mean, where is that from? Just by somebody knows something. That means maybe you should get into it. Look at the market now, guys. Now this could turn into the great day, the great day. If this market continues like this, now this is my favorite day, when the market gaps down and then starts to recover all day long, or even for a couple of hours. You know what, T-Stocks, why don't you take a look at the scan, right-click, configure, and then click on summary. You'll see the filters, but see what the alert is. I mean, if it's a new high or something positive, then it's obviously a bullish scan. Just that's how you can do that. I'm just not familiar with it. But I guarantee, I mean, if the alert is something positive as opposed to like a new low or 5 minute low or something like that, then I guarantee it is meant to be looked at as a bullish scan. The room is not open yet. A lot of times these open just around 10:30. Obviously, it's not open though. Well, you can ask me a question. I'm obviously I'm not usually the right guy when it comes to long-term trades, but I mean, well, it really depends, T stocks. I mean, a lot of people will short tops, okay? Stocks that are what they consider oversold or overbought. So that's one way. Or others might short stocks that are already moving down on a momentum basis. So it depends on on your what on your, I guess, mental outlook on where you want to short stocks. But I mean, one of the scans that I have, it's called Bouncers Toppers. You can take a look at that. I don't know if it's the best one or anything like that, but Bouncers Toppers. So the toppers part of it will be stocks that have been moving up and maybe have topped out. So you can take a look at that scan. You know what? Oh, I'm in miss. That's right. I took this as a same thing, guys. So I was up $63. Now you wouldn't you wouldn't want to go negative. Again, this is in the simulator. This is another amazing one I find, the Fate. Now, this is coming into probably a lot of resistance, not that far away, guys, okay, if you took that one from the AI. Well, so far I'm wrong about the naked. I mean, now looking left, 149, 150 probably is, I mean, I'll be astounded if it got through that today, but all right, so this one came back now. The FMCI did come back. 1524, 1525 on the bid ask. That's not bad. Did hit a high of 1570. Watching how it's trading right here. It's a volume tremendous volume. It's only 20 million in float. That's why that's why these things can be, I mean, look how whippy that was. All the way up to 1570, all the way down to 1392. I mean, that's a big, I mean, that can happen, obviously, when you have a low float in a relatively expensive stock. I mean, it can happen with any stock, but I mean, it seems to happen a lot more. How is the Love doing, as an example? I mean, those are big. I mean, 29.81. So there's over a $3 drop. Why? I mean, look at the float, 6.5 million in the float. Yeah, I know it had an offering last night, and the offering is what, 28 something, 28.51 or something like that, and it's one of those ones that absolutely 100% shrugged off the offering. So obviously shareholders looked at it. Okay, you're raising the money. I think it was 6 million shares. Is that right? 6.1 million shares at 28 million or $28 a share. So what's that? That's about. So they're raising $168 million. And obviously shareholders said, you know what? We don't mind. You're doing it for all the right reasons. Because that's not typically what happens. Typically when an offering comes out, existing shareholders get diluted and the price drops below the offering price because shareholders aren't happy. They're just not happy. Short term, anyway. All right, so this did not hold. So I'm going to wait for another break. Maybe I'm going to put an alert around 1527 for FMCI. I just think this is going to be extremely whippy because of that float, guys. It may not be the. We don't have EMA 50s. Okay, we don't have any EMA, Greg. I'm not even sure we have the SMA, but you're asking it in the wrong. Oh, an alert. Um, Let me just see what we do have. So this is what we have. If you type in SMA, so we do have the 50-day, yes. Talking about are you talking about on a daily chart? No, not on a 1 minute, sorry. I'm watching Fate right here at 35. I mean, I don't think I'll have very much room after that, but you know, I mean, look at that daily chart. I mean, the high over here is 37 something, but the body is around 35. So I just think there are probably some too much resistance short term, but that, you know, nice little trade. So again, guys, paying attention to the P&L, the max P&L, you shouldn't let something like that happen. Again, I was just using this as a demo. How to, and I'm just going to I'm going to show you that if it got down to, okay, 527, you're going to see that if it hit 515, it'll automatically take me out of the trade, okay? Now, if I wanted to get out right now, of course I can just flatten the trade. I don't have to wait for this. I can just flatten the trade. Macy's go red, really? Oh, okay, you're right. All right, guys, so obviously we're not seeing a big follow-through day today. I'm just checking. Oh, I didn't even see these. Let's see how well these ones did. Now, a lot of these were in the watch list because they were, you know, a long bias. I should have mentioned that earlier because if the market recovers, a lot of these will be good as bounce plays. You know, most of them were a long bias. You can see, I mean, look at the action for SPN yesterday through the 200-day moving average. It had a chance to start really filling in this void. Of course, it's in that sector, which is getting a little beaten up today. Same thing with the LAUR. You see why it's in the watch list because, you know, look at the day or the week it had or the day it had yesterday. Potential to fill in this void. But what's happened is that, and why they're triggering is because they did go below yesterday's low. But a lot of these could be bouncing if the market recovers. Because remember, the bias was long for all of them, if that makes sense. See if I can find anyone that had a short bias. Maybe Kezar. Yeah, obviously KZR was a short bias based on the chart. Yeah, I don't like that. I saw that too, Martin. But do we do a Beyond Meat on it? That we passed on. How's Carvana doing? What's the symbol? CVNA. Sorry, CVNA. Sorry. Interesting. There's no pressure right now on Carvana, CVNA. And if you're wondering why I'm saying that, it's because, you know, Vroom will be a competitor. VRM will be a competitor. But so far, shrugging it off. I think on that day right there, or these 2 days, that's when Vroom came out and said, or maybe it's here. I can't really remember. But that's when Vroom said, "Hey, we're going to be doing an IPO." I mean, this IPO has been in the works. It's not just something that sprung on you. Wow, naked. Well, let's see. Let's see if I'm wrong on this one. 148. I do not see any specific reason for that one being up. I can't see any news on it. That is, in fact, I don't see. We don't have any news on it. I do have another news source. I don't see anything. Yeah, this is what. Yeah, you're right. I mean, what a great IPO. I mean, there's the IPO here. Has Zoom in the name. I'm sure that didn't hurt. But what was the other one? That's the one starts with the letter P. It was a bio. PRLX, or it came out the same day as ZI, I think. I don't think it's done very much. PLRX, thank you. So I don't think it's done very much. Yeah, no, it's been a not a good one. So they're not all rocket ships. Yeah, that was the other one that. Yeah, pretty solid. Pretty solid. I mean, it hasn't had like a tremendous run from the opening day. That was a lot of big guys behind it. Well, Sono just continues from its yesterday. So yesterday took out the 200-day moving average, closed just a little bit above it. Like a lot of stocks this morning, you know, fell a bit, but it is just resuming here. Sono, I would look. There's probably a lot of resistance around 14, based on that weekly chart. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, Mist is right back up. Mist is back up. If it takes out that 560 area, I mean, there's a lot of resistance right on that 15-minute chart at that area. Again, another low float situation. Look at the volume. Well, we're going to see if I'm right about NAKD. Let's see if 150 stalls it. I mean, it's right at a big, I mean, look at this. 148. There was the high. Back on April, well, again, my birthday. That's right, April 27th. So, well, let's see if it stalls it. Okay, guys, I will be back. What time is it? 11:09. I'll be back at about 11:15. Get the announcement in here. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so, okay, let me get rid of the announcement first. I am back now. You know, this one rearing its ugly, ugly head again for whatever reason. Somebody asked, is there any reason? You can never find any news about this one, the LTRB, but it, you know, remember when it did this craziness, got up to 134. Of course, it then sold all the way off, closed at 34. You figure that had to be it. The next day, it gets up back over 100, then it sells off to, I mean, it's just nonsense. I don't know. I really don't even know. And it's not that much volume. I mean, that's a crazy thing. 178,000 shares. It's not even enough volume to be doing something like that. But anyway. And what's the spread right now? Yeah, 60-62, $2 spread. Well, you asked about SFX before. Let's see. I mean, for what? To short it? I mean, to me, it's just not interesting. It's just kind of, you know, doing nothing. It had earnings after hours yesterday. There was a reaction. So there's a down, there's a reaction. I mean, look at that 15-minute chart. It's basically nothing. OPGN. Some of you guys are talking about OPGN. Yeah, good volume. Definitely some good volumes. It's you know, hit a high. Did I have that one listed down here? No, I didn't. OPGN hit a high in the pre-market. Way up here at $3. Big pullback. I mean, it just doesn't give you a lot of confidence. Now listen, if it bases here for a while, if it bases there for a while, and we get some volume, like volume like that, popping it, you know, might give us a trade. Otherwise, you got to be so wary of something that spikes up to $3 and comes all the way back down to 2. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. Yeah, so this now is halted now. The LTRBP is halted again on the way down. You know, Fossil, wow, Fossil just gave up 6 now. Might be hard to short even if you wanted to. It's down 28%. That uptick rule may not be able to get a short on it where you want anyway. Well, guys, you know, only the one trade so far, but very happy with it. The Mosey trade. Just a quick one. Market is now, you know, in slight drift mode down. Slight drift mode down. So Well, it never was not instituted. I think you're talking about the spread, the that nickel spread rule that was in. No, the uptick rule is always, well, I shouldn't say always, but anytime a stock is down 10%, that's when the uptick rule is in effect. Okay, so there's a two bar. I'm so terrible at these, but there's a two bar pullback for WKHS, two bar pullback on the 15s, but lots of resistance here. I mean, just have to look at some of these charts, guys, to understand why stocks stall. Now, I don't know if it's going to stall for the rest of the day, but you can see why a stock will stall. Just look at the weekly chart. Look at all the activity and in that area. You know, had all this not been here, it's very possible that it would have continued. Give me a second, guys. I'm just following a thread discussion. All right, guys. Yeah, MGI is definitely taking off. I'm seeing. I do have that one thumbnail, but again, it's one of those. I just am not really good at playing bounces. It's that simple. No, I don't see it has much room to run either. I'd probably be better at bounces if well, like a stock like this. I mean, if it didn't have that here, maybe. But you know, let's look at the high looking left is 383 or so, 386 looking left. That's only what 4 or 5 days ago. So, well, I do see it as popping into the scanner here, FRSX. What do I think about it? Well, okay, the good news is it's above yesterday's high, so that's not going to stall it. 200 day, so it's a little bit above the 200 day. You know, it's just not a great. I mean, listen, if you want to take the trade, take the trade. But for me, it's just not a great looking weekly chart. I mean, the daily has some hope, I suppose. I mean, it's over yesterday's, and 2 days ago it did get up to two. Relatively low float, 23 million in the float. I mean, it could keep going. Don't get me wrong; it could keep going. But I look at this weekly chart, little pockets, and right even there, 148, right there in that weekly chart. There's a lot of activity right there that could stall it. I needed that laugh. All right, I almost hate to bring this one to people's attention, but this one, GNUS. Take a look at news. Look what it's doing here. A little bit of a base here. I mean, this has been an incredibly active one, as we all know in the past. It's 30 million shares have traded. All right. Had some interesting news this day right here, or this day, I guess. But since that news, it has really dropped. But there's a lot of volume. Look at that volume, 30 million. So its float is 23. So it's already traded almost 1.5 times the float. So right there, it's the way it's basing. Now, if we get a big volume burst like this, on that 15, so we get a volume burst, right here, this could really get it running again for a while. So just something to keep an eye on. The spread's only a penny, so that's good. Yeah, no, that's a good look right here. No question. I mean, straight up on the 15s, but more importantly, when you look at it, so I mean, this, if it's as long as it stays like this could easily make my watch list for tomorrow. Because when you look left on that weekly chart, excuse me, I think it's 1468, 1476, so we're not that far away. If it took this out, even if it doesn't have to be today, but look at the room when you look left. So probably this XENT will make my watch list for tomorrow. In fact, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right here, price alert, right around that area. Who knows? I might even take it out today, but not a lot of volume. I mean, for it's trading a couple times normal, 2 times normal up to this point of the day, but I haven't seen staff for a while. I used to see staff every now and then. Remember this back here, back in 2018, almost 2 years ago when this got up to 5. Lots of resistance, probably, on the monthly chart, certainly at 160. On the weekly chart, around 128. So it doesn't have that much room in last week's high. So it's not that interesting, even though nice volume coming into staff. It's a very different day from yesterday. All right, a little pop here for this LCTX. Ugly daily chart. Look at this daily chart, guys. I mean, look how whippy it is. Up and down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Even the weekly chart, bottoming tails and topping tails. Difficult, but I suppose if it took out 110, there's the high of a couple of weeks ago and the high right there. It does have some room. It's probably actually, it's not a low float. 107 million in the float, so not a low float situation. Well, look at the volume coming in MGI. Look at that volume. That's the biggest volume after the open. And it's trying to take out that pre-market high of 377. Hey, you never know. I mean, this might, if it takes out that high of last week, 384. It's got some room maybe to 430-ish. All right, so I do see that Holly, the 1116 alert. So it's right on top of the 200-day moving average right there. Hard to say. I mean, this had a big pop in the pre-market and a massive pullback. So not a lot of confidence. But let's see if it holds this level over the 200-day moving average for that one from the 1116 AI alert. 1116 Eastern time, of course. All right, guys, I actually ended up taking that one from the AI, okay? That's the 1116 alert. I'm watching obviously very carefully that 200-day. If it drops underneath, I'm out. So it's a very tight stop. Not going to mess around. And that's the 1116 AI alert. If you're wondering why I'm being cryptic, not fair to those who pay for the premium service if I'm just going to display it all day long. So well, as I say, Stalker 44, the 1116 Eastern Time AI alert. Tight leash, though. Very, very tight leash on it. Aha! APDN just got halted. APDN just got halted. A little bit of volume coming in right there. No, I don't trade options, no. Nothing against it. Not a recommendation not to. I just never got into it, so don't do it. What stock? What software? Well, Chris, you're in the trade. Is that a loaded question or a trick question? You're in the Trade Ideas trading room. So obviously, and I work for Trade Ideas, so I'm somewhat biased. So I mean, we have a program called Trade Ideas. Are you talking about software like that, or are you talking about your brokerage software? Do I know what brokers have 4 a.m.? You're talking Eastern time? I think IB. That's really early. I think IB has Interactive Brokers. I think. I'm not up at that time, because it'd be 1 o'clock my time. But I think Interactive Brokers, but you can always go to their website, Interactive Brokers website. Why would you want to trade at 4 a.m.? Unless you're not in a North American time zone. Yeah, I mean, if you can trade them, more power to you. And the answer is no. I have not because I'm not up that. Well, I guess it would be late. I'd have to get up. I'd have to stay out up later. Just not interested. Not interested at all. But hey, listen, if you can do it, more power to you. I know, I know. That's what I was saying. You'd have to trade it. I'd have to trade at 1 a.m. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Yeah, the volume today percent indicator. That's sort of the typical volume that people are used to. So it looks at the average trading volume. I believe we do it for 14 days. Take a look at the average trading volume over 14 days. So let's just say it's a million shares over the last 14 days on average. So if you use the volume today percent indicator and put say 200 as the minimum, that means that stock will have to trade 2 million shares before you'd see it, as an example. Okay? That's typically the one that most people are familiar with. What is the blue part? Oh, you this? Yeah, I can't even remember anymore. You're talking about that where it says 130? Yeah, well, it's over 100, okay? Because so it's over 100 and it starts changing colors. I think if it got to another color or percentage, it would change colors again. That's all. Okay, but Stalker, we're talking Eastern time, okay? And you have to have them all open, okay? All three right there. You have to have it open. I think what's happened is you don't have all segments open. So if you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, when you click on that window, and if it doesn't say all at the top, that means you're on a earlier version of Trade Ideas. So I would encourage you to download a later version. But for now, you can just right click on that window and then where it says segments, check all. Yeah, don't. Yeah, he's probably talking about the Holly channels, but I would encourage everybody, especially if you have the app, to download here new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. Then you'll have all the alerts in one window. Yeah, well, don't use. I mean, are you using our app, Stalker, or are you using the web-based version? No, no, I'm talking to Stalker. Yeah, do that. Do that. Okay? It's way easier as opposed to going into the channel, okay, channel bar, and then if you loaded that Omni AI, basically Omni AI is just a combination of all these three. But it's to me, it's just way easier to load it one time. There's your window, incorporate it as part of your layout. Then you don't have to do it every day. Rama, you don't have it. You're a standard subscriber, so you don't have their premium service. So you don't have access to that. Well, yeah, I mean, I shouldn't dismiss it. I've never looked at the colors. I mean, the colors was just something they added. The number is the thing, homebrew. I mean, you can always upgrade if you wanted to. I'm not really into the colors, to be honest. The only colors I really end up using, for me, green. Green is up, yellow is down. That's about it. Well, I mean, the benefits you can create all your own scans, of course. You have access to Brokerage Plus, so you can do simulated trading. Okay. You can create all your own scans. I am sharing a lot of scans right here. Okay, so you can take a look at all those scans. Also in this room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, you can download. You see all the scans that I'm sharing. Goes to a Word document. So what you're not getting, if people who have our premium service because they want the AI, our artificial intelligence, okay? Hey, real. Almost time for me to take my break. Yeah, it's getting closer. Somebody was mentioning this earlier. I have an alert set right here, 1420. Wow. In fact, it's not quite, hasn't quite triggered. This will be on my watch list almost for sure tomorrow, as long as it holds its gains. I mean, if it has a big pullback to 10, of course, it's not going to be. Yeah, I mean, the number is the thing, homebrew. Don't get too. The number is the thing. I wouldn't even pay attention to the colors. Well, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon here. Yeah, I can talk about the odds maker. You need our premium service, of course. There's no such thing. There's no such thing is one better than the other, okay? King of Trade. There's really no such thing. I mean, it depends what sort of patterns you're looking for. And momentum up and gap up are probably going to give you about the same stuff once the market opens. Okay, guys, I'm out of that one. So strategy trades window on your own cloud channel, but I don't have the alert window. What do you mean you don't have the alert window? I don't know what you mean. If you have this, then that is the alert window. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I'm not saying ignore an odds maker. I, I don't use it, but that doesn't mean, there very few of our customers do it. I mean, it is something that, you have to be really want to spend some time taking a strategy and trying to optimize it. I just don't have the time anymore. I mean, I used to do it many, many years ago, but it's a painstaking operation. Okay. So I'm not saying ignore it, but yeah, but you don't have to learn every aspect of the program, Homebrew. Okay. Just, it's like I use the example of Word. You look at the Word manual. Look how much there is in the Word manual. Most of us just type a letter, print it. Maybe you change the font or something like that, but only lose maybe 0.5%, even less, of the full capabilities of it. Okay, so it's not that you have to learn everything in the Word manual. I'm not saying don't try the odds maker, but it's really you create an alert window, and then run it, back test the strategy, simulate buy, and then you're going to see. I mean, you can tinker. There's no video, and well, okay, once you do it, what options should I use afterwards? This is a real trial and error, heavy duty trial and error situation. Unless you're thinking that you've got some whiz bang strategy that you want to back test to see how well it works, I would just not even worry about it. It's not OddsMaker. I mean, we changed the name to Backtest. Backtest strategy, okay? We haven't used the term OddsMaker for a couple of years. Well, guys, look at IMRN right back. Holy smokes. Kind of lost sight of this one. Remember I was saying you get some volume coming in. It could have another spurt, and it certainly has. Look at this. No, 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 no. Don't be afraid. Don't be sorry for asking about it. But you can just experiment with it if you want. Man, oh man. I honestly did not think this would happen after the massive pullback, basically getting cut in half. But look at it now, IMRN. No, no, no. You're being way too sensitive, Homebrew. I didn't say that. I said we haven't used the name Oddsmaker for so long. I wasn't saying you should know that. I was just saying we call it backtest strategy. That's all. Well, for these scans, no, pro. Okay, Homebrew. If you're being a little sensitive, I think. I wasn't saying you should have known it was backtest strategy. I was just saying, oh, we haven't used that for a long time, Oddsmaker for a long time. I wasn't saying you should know that at all. God. Okay. On the alert window, different real time and today. Backtesting today, or taking a look at today is going back in history just for today. Okay. So you can see what happened today. Man, oh man. Yeah, I know, on the alert window. So history, today. So if I click on today, I'm going to see all the stocks that, that's a bad example, but if I clicked on this, history today, it'll show me all the stocks that happened, that triggered in this window. Okay, because I can only go back right now to 11:49 or 10:12, okay? Just because it's filled up like that. So that's all that means. If I right click history today, it'll show me everything that happened today in that window. Okay? Okay, so this is how you do it. Let me put a scan in. But don't select today. So, select real time. I mean, okay? Like, there's no point in selecting today unless you just want to see the history from today. Okay, just leave it on real time. Okay, wow. I'm astounded by this IMRN. Anyway, I mean, it did have news. Yes, it had news, but I don't know if the news has been updated. It had news this morning. Okay, so who asked the question about? Okay, so this is how you load a link from the cloud. So, or to the cloud. So you right click on the link. It's going to show up here in your new browser tab. Highlight it. See how I've just highlighted it. Control C to copy it. Okay, Control C to copy it, and then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and you notice that that string is right in here now. Okay. Now, if for some reason it's not, if it's blank, then you paste it in, Control V it in, and now you load. Okay, and once you do that, then it'll appear on your, it'll appear in your trade ideas. And if you like it though, you have to then save it to your cloud. Oh, unbelievable. So once it's on your system, and if you like it enough to save it, then right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud, okay? Yeah, I mean, I don't, I mean, this is not new news. I mean, the news was already out right here. Big on advancement of oral therapeutic for bacterial infections, and the same thing with the DoD. I mean, it was already there. This is the news. You know, we saw this already, so it's not like there's new news that came in. But for whatever reason, VRM. Yeah, so now it is live. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait a bit. Ah. Typically what I do is this, especially if it's stock, if it sort of spikes right off the bat, and then it kind of drifts a bit, I put an alert at the high and give it a couple of hours. And if it takes out that high, then sometimes I'll take the trade on the day of the IPO. Otherwise, I just leave it alone and see what happens the following days. Well, in fact, there it went. But this is, yeah. So this just opened, obviously. First 5 minutes. All right, guys. So somebody is taking over for me in the YouTube feed. Steve Gomez will be taking over in the YouTube feed. Oh, you were looking for a. Oh, I see. I thought you were looking for the break out of here. Okay. Well, any version of Trade Ideas, King of Trade, our standard or a premium service. I don't know what we call. I mean, Trade Ideas Pro. I mean, you just need our standard service. I call it standard and premium. But so whatever version of Trade Ideas you've got is fine to load from the cloud. Well, if that's the case, then there's something going on with your account. Do you have a? Okay, first of all, do you have a green ball? You see the green ball in the toolbar? Do you have a green ball? Are you in the web? Oh, you're in the web-based version. Okay, I mean, okay, you're not on the app. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I mean, you can still load things from the cloud. It's a little bit different. You have to paste it in. But if you have a green ball, but if it says bad account, and yet you have a green ball, I'm gonna have to send you to our accounting. Oh, okay, then you either have done when you logged in, the password and username is case sensitive. Okay, that's probably the number one reason why people have issues. They put in the wrong well, they think they're putting in the right password and username, but it is case sensitive. They're both case sensitive. So make sure, was it working before today? Hey, Mike. Man, good morning. I'm going to be leaving in about 2 minutes, but yeah, okay. King of Trade, were you able to log in, say, yesterday, or is this the first day you've had it? Oh no, it's definitely username and password. Okay, I have a feeling, King of Trade, and you may not know this, but obvious. And the other thing too is make sure when you're signing into your account, again, I don't even think you can take. Can you take a demo in the web? You know what? I'll just load it to see. I'm assuming. I'm assuming that you are using the web-based version because you have a Mac or something. Well, do you have a PC? King of Trade, do you have a P? Oh, download the app. Download the app. Just a minute, okay? I have to stop my YouTube feed because Steve is taking over. Just a minute. Okay, just give me a second here. I have to stop my YouTube feed. Okay, guys, I hope Steve is there.
Great. Hello, everybody. I think you see my screen. Let me mute my delayed YouTube over here. Excellent. All right. All right, so I'm going to take over for Barry here. Hello, Mike C. How's it going? The Ultimate Trade Warrior. Yeah, actually, let's just start right off with what I was going to do. I like to do these when we can. People new to trading or new to the AI, say, how can I manage this thing? Well, let me start off by saying the AI, the value is in the entry. And if you want to make the most of it, It's in the trade management. Hello, Stephanie. The trade management is going to give you your best bang for the buck because the AI, Holly, has a horrible habit of exiting early. And it's simply because there's no real time analysis going on in the market. So the AI just gets out with its preconceived orders. Whereas as the day goes on, I'm going to show you here a very simple way to manage AI orders. And I use the 15-minute chart and I use the 10-period simple moving average as my guide. It's a very binary method. Do I stay in or do I get out? And it's based on the 10 SMA. So let's start from the top here with the big winners. This is a short sell, so we want the price to go down. We've got the 10-period moving average coming down to meet the price. Let me grab my illustrator. And as long as the price stays below the 10-period moving average for a short sell like such, this is going to be our moment of truth right here. Is the price going to adhere to the momentum and move lower? We're going to find out here in a little bit. Because what we don't want to see is a price candle back up and close that 15-minute candle, the horrible candle, above the declining 10 period. If that were the case, then we need to get out and take what profits we have. So let's go through these one by one, and we'll just basically see, hey, if I'm in these AI trades, what's the current situation? Do I get out or do I stay in? All right, so we looked at the first one. Let's take a look at the second one, which is also a short. And hey, look at that. We are getting confirmation. This little sideways momentum here, this little sideways action, it got thrown down on that candle right there because the ominous 10 period is coming to get it. So it's only telling me, is the momentum still intact or is the momentum subsiding? Stay in this short sell until further notice, meaning will this candle eventually close above? And really, this is all the stuff you read about in the books. If you read books, when you hear them say the trading axiom, let your winners run and cut your losers quick, it's very much easier said than done. Cutting losers is easy, but letting your winners run is the hardest part. So this is a very simple method that you can just use to ask yourself, should I stay in or should I get out? And this is not something that the AI can do in real time. So that's why the discretionary mode, or as we call it, the moderate mode, is going to more than likely give better profits in the long run. So let's move on to the next trade. Here it is. Okay, this is a tough one because technically it gave us a closing candle there. That red candle literally closed below. Now, price is trying to hang on here. It might or it might not, but I would be getting out of this trade more than likely. I'm going to stick to my guns and adhere to my rules. So that's probably one to get out of and take a small winner. Ooh, looks like a little thin action here, but as we're speaking, this is the moment where it really should have that last candle, believe it or not, did close above. So this new candle needs to get into gear here and start pushing back up and get back above that 10-period moving average. Otherwise, this trade might be done. And I'm always looking at the daily chart over here. What's going on the daily picture as well? I'm not just getting focused on the intraday. A couple more here the AI has spit out. Oh, here's a beauty. This is probably going to line up to work. There's our entry in the blue line, a nice kind of a sideways shuffle of consolidation, and that current green candle seems to be a bit, seems to be reacting a bit to that moving average that's coming up underneath it to support it. So ideally, this trade should be moving higher and using this moment in time to give us the confidence that we should stay in this trade. A couple more, then I'll hit the question and answer chat. So if you've got a question, you can go ahead and type that in. We'll get to it. The second to the last. Okay, this one's pretty obvious, and we can see pretty much that candle closed below that red candle, and we've had 2, 3 candles, 4 candles since, and those 4 candles have been just degrading. So this was the moment in time right there. It needed to jump off that moving average like a trampoline, and it didn't. Get out. We don't want to be in that trade. The last one we'll take a look at here before I go to questions is also a long. And okay, so let's just look at this again. It's still in play. We've got another 10 minutes before the next candle closes. The prior candle challenged but closed above that simple moving average. We need this candle to get back in gear and stay above this moving average, which looks something like that right now. So that's the little drill that I like to go through when we have a few trades that we can look at midday that the AI has kicked out. A lot of people are coming to the market with not a lot of experience, and that's what the AI strategy is good for, is just giving them an idea. Because let's face it, you know what I'm talking about. If I'm talking to you, you're new to the market and there's 8,000 symbols you can choose from. You have no idea where to focus your attention. It can be completely nauseating to try and figure that out. This is a nice tool that really just focuses on where the volume, where's the action, and what is going on. And from there, you just take it from there. Take the entry, take the idea, and use that 10-period simple moving average to manage your trade. All right, good place to start. Michael D has a question. Hi, I've created alerts, but I'm not seeing the buy arrows. Okay, on the 5-minute chart. Now, your alert needs to be either an AI alert, or notice I'm going to go to this chart, this scan here. VRNS was the last one. And a couple things. Now, I've clicked on the symbol, and if you click on the symbol, you will get the arrow only if your symbol is a new high or a new low. Typically, those are going to be the ones that give you the arrow. Down here, here's another alert window. That arrow right there was showing me the stock was making a new 5-minute high a minute, 15 minutes ago. Nothing really to do there, but the point is if you want to see the arrow, you got to use a new high or a new low, and then click into the actual symbols to see them. There we go. And as you can see, the symbol was alerted right there. The idea was for a possible bounce, but this one just keeps going lower. So hopefully that answered your question, Michael D. You just need to click the symbol and have a new high or a new low, and you'll get that arrow. Stephanie says, how do I put the 10-day moving average on a 15-minute chart? Yep. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I'm sitting here telling you to use the 15-minute simple moving average of a 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart, that is, and I didn't show you how to do it. So what we need to do is just pull up any chart. First step is to go time frame and change that chart to 15. Second step is to right click and go to indicators. Your first step is to stop here at indicators and select SMA. And then once you've done that, just let it sit and then come back and modify it. It'll probably default to a 20 period, so you'll come back to modify it. Your screen will look like this. This one will probably say 20. It'll probably look something like that. You just need to change that value to a 10 and have it be OK, 10 SMA, and there it is. That's going to show you the way. I'm having a real world example too. I was long Real Networks yesterday. I even put my mouth on it and said, I think it's going to have a good day today. I did that in the webinar. I'm sure Michael C. heard that. But guess what? It's not working. And lo and behold, I do have a 10-day simple moving average as well. Well, this morning you can see my sell tag there. I'm a simulated account. I also got out in the real account. I said enough is enough. This is just bleeding below. It should have bounced. In my world, it really should have bounced back here. A couple of days on that moving average and then bounce. But it languished to third day today, just languishing under the 10-period moving average. I don't like that. I'm going to get out for a flat. It was basically my entry point. Now let's move into the 15-minute period, and my confirmations were correct. Look at how the 10-period moving average is just dominating the price today here on the 15-minute of Real Networks. Move that. So I'm not feeling bad that I got out of a trade I should have stayed in. I got out for a flat, no loss, no harm, no foul. It's just taking too long, and I'm only going to keep it as simple as possible using the 15-minute or 15-day, in some cases, moving average. All right, so Michael D., it shows that the alert was triggered in the box at a certain time, but there was no buy arrow on the chart. Well, I'm not sure what alert you're working off, Michael. What you can always do is you can right-click and save the code, save and share it, copy that code, and then you can send it in to, well, we can try it here. You can paste it here, and if I can look at it, I can maybe tell you why. We'll start there. Stephanie, I'm in modify, but where do I put the 10? There's a few places. Okay, so let me try again. I'll leave it up for a second. I won't go so fast. You want to go to modify, right-click in the chart, go to modify, And what you'll probably see is one that says SMA 20. And you're going to just change that SMA 20 or SMA 200, whatever it defaulted, whatever it gave you when you go back to this menu, right click, modify. Look for the one that says SMA. It might have defaulted to 200 or 20 or whatever. You just need to change the period to 10 and then click OK. So hopefully that'll work. You could theoretically change the 200, yeah, Stephanie, and just modify that and change it to a 10. And then once you click OK, you'll get that 10. And again, just a beautiful example of how it's got a hold of my real networks that I thought was going to do well. It's got a hold of it here today. And lining that up to the daily chart, I don't want any part of this anymore. Too many days of consolidation, and it's bleeding through. So hopefully that helps, Stephanie. And Michael, if you want to send me the cloud code in the chart in the chat window, we can take a look at it, assuming I can copy it. Just right click and save and share. Copy all and then paste that into our chat window here. All right, Stephanie's good. You want the save and share option. So save, and then you click the save and share button. That takes you to another menu that allows you to then copy your cloud code. And then you would just paste it in here like I'll do right there. Something like that. And then hopefully, yeah, it looks like I'll be able to use it. Is there a stop strategy on the AI for stop loss being low of the previous candle? Not on the AI. That would be something you would have to manage yourself. I know we're trying to get better logic in the future versions of our AI to get better trailing stops or better control over the stops. But that's not available. All right, Michael's got some cloud code for me. And we'll take a look, hopefully, and see why we're not getting any arrows. I don't see it yet. I wonder if it's blocking you from sending links from your end. Me being an administrator, I can send a link. If you're unable to send that link in the window here for YouTube chat, that might be a security measure. You're going to have to send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Maybe I can intercept it and we can take a look at it. Let's see, I'll type the email again, info. How about this, Stephanie? Here's what I can do. We can use the cloud code to share my settings, and that would include a chart. So I'm going to, and this goes for anybody else who's following along and might want to take a look. Let's just save and share and copy, and I'm going to dump that cloud code into the chat window. And from there, all you have to really do is just, let's see, does right click work? Yeah, you can right click on that link, copy link address, which I just did. I'll wait for that. There we go. Once I've copied link address from the chat window, file, load from cloud, it should be there, is it? Let's see here. I don't know if that's going to be it. Let's try it the other way. You can click on the actual link, and that link takes you to this page. Okay. Here we go. Highlight the URL, copy the URL, and let's try loading that from cloud. It should load up a chart. Here we go. Bing, there it is. So that's for you, Stephanie, and anybody else that wants it. That cloud code will essentially give you the settings that I have. All right, you got it. Yeah, Michael, it's not coming through. I have a feeling that YouTube is blocking the audience from sending a link. So send that link to info@trade-ideas.com. info@trade-ideas.com. And then I can probably retrieve it and we can take a look. And then Stephanie, once you've decided that maybe you do want to use that chart, that graph that I gave you, the 15-minute setup, you want to lock it in place so it's always there the next time you open the program by just doing File, Save Layout, and then save it as your default layout. Override it, yes. And then you never have to load that from the cloud again. It will always be there. The email I did above, it should be right above, info@trade-ideas.com. Just look up a little bit, Michael, and you'll see it. Stephanie's got it locked in and saved. You know, it's all about trying to keep this game as simple as possible. Sometimes I'll run into people and they've got like 8 or 9 indicators on a chart. I just cannot make sense of anything. It just looks like somebody's vascular system. And they like to wait for all the planets to line up. It's very hard to do that. And the more simple of a process you can create, the better. And I can't think of a more simple process than just using one moving average and a binary situation on each closing candle. Did the candle close above or below that line? That's your decision point. Now it can trade and wick through and pierce and pull back during that 15-minute candle. Don't let those spook you out. It's the closing candle that I've noticed gives us the best chance. So I'll keep an eye on the email there, Michael, and see when it comes in. If I can pull your cloud code. Yeah, I'm assuming that the audience cannot start sending random links out in the chat room. It's probably a very rational security feature that YouTube created. Well, anybody else? We're caught up on questions here while I wait for Michael's cloud code to come in. Oh, there's Real Networks. All of a sudden, look, it's just going to blow through and make me look stupid. But I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm not going to jump back in. I'm going to stick to my guns and just assume that it didn't work when I needed it to work. So here's an interesting concept. So I'm looking at this Real Network now. The first thing my eye goes to is my single stock window, which tells me how much oomph is behind this little move here. The 1-minute volume just increased to 2.5 times normal volume, but the 5-minute volume is still just kind of sitting there languishing. I'll keep an eye on those numbers. Sometimes those emails can take a bit to come in. As I go through this list, I'm mostly looking at the daily chart here to kind of see where the price action is in relation to the 10-day moving average. I'm looking for stuff that might have a nice sideways action or at least a 3 or 4 day pullback into that 10-day moving average. Peloton had a nice washout candle yesterday. All right, I'll take a look for that. All right, Mike D, I think I found it here. So, copy link address. Let's open up Michael D's scan. And right off the bat, it's good. It's an A window. But what is the event? A new high, okay. Yes, why indeed is it not creating an arrow? I wonder if this count has something to do with it. I'm going to turn that off real quick. Just see what starts coming through. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled. We don't have much configuration in here at all at the moment. Why would we not be seeing? What is there a symbol list? No. Exchange. I think you stumped the host. So as I go through some of my old scans here. My first thought when it came through was that it might be a top list window and that would prevent that from coming through. Interesting. Well, let me send this to somebody on a back channel for a quick answer here. Maybe before the end of my session, I can get an answer. All right. Well, we'll see what comes if I get a reply to that, Michael D. I don't have an answer. It really is a mystery. Yeah, no, I'm sorry that I can't. I thought I could easily come in here and pick this apart and find a reason why. Let's see. Maybe there's a column that needs to be in there. Description, exchange, symbol, quality. Let me try quality. Oops, did I just lose internet? There we go, reset connection. When in doubt, reset connect. All right, yeah, I have no idea. Hopefully I'll get an answer while we're broadcasting here, Michael D, and I'll let you know what we come up with. Yeah, I'm sure there's something I'm missing. Let me just park that down here for the moment. Check back on real networks, and that was just a little spoof candle. No real volume came in there. Okay, so Anna says how to find stocks with the side action. So let's use a daily example because I just mentioned, we're looking for stocks on the daily charts that might be moving sideways. And I'm going to look for one that we call bull flag. Where did that go? I'm going to have to go to, there it is, bull flag daily setup. Let's just click into here. And so there's some sideways action. This is a top list window, so let's just see if it looked any different earlier this morning. Just curious. What did it look like at 7:30 a.m. my time? Nothing. What did it look like yesterday? Then we'll take a look at the configuration. And again, there was some sideways action nicely. So let's see how we get that set up. There's a few things that are happening here. This was built by Andy, and he kind of reverse engineered the filter settings and backed himself into a way to find these things. And I'll show you the pertinent or the critical filters here as we look. Let's do hide unused so we can really get a good view of them all. There we go. Okay, so 5-day range, percent. 5-day range is expressed in percent. We want to see the previous 5-day range coming into today, at least 1%, but no more than 3. So that's kind of a critical filter right there, is we're capping the 5-day range at a 3% max. You could even do 2.5 or 2 if you wanted, and that's going to show you a very narrow channel for the 5-day range. Okay. Position in previous days range. Well, this one is just showing us that today the price has to be at least in the top 75th percentile, the top quarter of yesterday's daily candle. We don't want to see stuff that's in the lower range. We want to see stuff that's closer to the high of yesterday's candle. Mind you, with a 5-day range, no more than 3%, so rather constricted. And then change in 10 days. This is also something that's throttling. This is something that's showing us that the stock has actually moved up. So we want to see a minimum of a 3% push over 10 days. But the 5-day range, these are two different filters. This is change in 10 days, 3% change minimum. But the range, there's no change. It's just what's the expansiveness of that range? Well, it's anywhere between 1% and 3% from high to low of that 5-day range. That's the kind of stuff that can start to get you the sideways action. Now we could take it a step further, and let's look at the keyword in our search tab called range. What if we took a 120-minute range or a 60-minute range right there? Okay, 60-minute range in percent. And what if we made the minimum like, tenth of a percent, or we could even make the minimum 0, but chances are you could do a little something. But we make the maximum of that 60-minute range like a quarter of a percent. So now we're looking at smaller time frames, but we're doing the same type of calculations. We're using the maximum value to say we don't want to see a range greater than X. And on a 60-minute range, maybe 0.25% might give us a nice 60-minute compression. That's another way you can look for sideways action. So it just kind of depends on your time frame. We looked at a demonstration of using the 5-day range, and I just talked you through how you could do the intraday stuff using these filters. Let's park that one again. I don't think anything new has come through. I just want to see if I can find something with a bit more. Different chart there, but again, 5-day compressed. All right. What problem was I having with the blue buy for a particular scan that one of the users sent us, which is this one right here. It's an A window, but for some reason when I click into it, I'm not getting the actual candle arrow that shows us the signal candle, the actual candle that the arrow came through, or the signal came through. So I've passed that on to somebody with a bit more knowledge than I, and hopefully they'll get back. And then this is our bull flag set up. Let's put that back on real time. And we'll just park that one. Yeah, I can actually share it back. We figured out that the users cannot send me a link, but I can, in fact, send the users a link. So I'll send you. Let me go back to. I actually made one change just because I was curious. And that was in the count. He had a count filter in here. I thought he did. Let me go back and grab it again. Copy link address. Let's try it again. All right, this is his setting. All right, that cloud code link is look at Apple going to highs. Tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to turn this Brokerage Plus off while I'm broadcasting. I just got too much bandwidth going. Yep, still not getting an arrow. So, I mean, Auto Silas, if you're able to figure that out, more power to you. I thought I was going to be able to. All right, so I hit Anna's question on finding things that are going sideways. We showed a demonstration in 2 different time frames and how to do that. So with that said, hopefully we're kind of caught up here. All right, yeah, we're caught up. Let's just, okay, you're not going to like this answer. My guy just said I can't figure it out either. Um, yeah, well, okay, so there it is. I don't have an answer for you, and I may have stumped one of the developers. So he might take that and maybe chew on it and work with it and run with it and see if there's something that needs to be dug into. Sorry, Michael D, I don't have a better answer for you. Maybe try building a new one. Maybe just scrap that one and build a brand new one from scratch. And maybe there was just something in there that, I don't know, didn't like. All right, what I was going to do is let's check back in on our AI management. Okay. Critical moment of truth right there on that short. It needs to bounce here in the next, well, brand new candle. It needs to bounce. I mean, sorry, it needs to roll back over on that one. Otherwise, the momentum may be broken. Okay, this is one that faked us out earlier and is trying to move higher. That's a tough one. That's a tough call there. This is the moment of truth in this short as it bounced up and met the moving average and seems to have gotten caught in that. Need to see that one roll back over. So we've got another 12 minutes before the next 15-minute candle draws before you need to make decisions on this. I would let this one go. The volume is just too thin. It's just bleeding sideways. There's nothing going on there. There was our push earlier that we talked about, a nice push higher. This one is still very much constructively intact as a long. We talked about this one had to be cut long ago, and it's still just languishing. And look at this. Once that closed below the 2 candles prior, bleeding even lower, saving you money if you just recognize that early enough and get out. How's my bail and real networks doing? Yeah, it's just making noise, but I'm not interested in sitting in stocks making noise. You become a hoper. And the minute you become a hoper, you're not a trader. You're just gambling. And that seems to be the only trades that have come through today for the AI. Yeah, that's all I can think, Michael D's. Make another one from scratch. Let's see. What did you have in there? You had... I'll just take a quick peek again. You had... Oh, no, that's different. Hang on. Oh, see, Brad's already ahead of me. He's going to ask in the developers meeting. He built a new one from scratch, and it still doesn't always work. I'm not sure what that means, but let's just try again. Let's copy that link and just take a quick peek at what it was that we need to reconfigure. So we got new highs and change from the close needs to be up at least 0.25%, and it has to have made 60 new highs before we see it. All right, so let's try and emulate that. Brand new alert window. Okay, we'll keep our new high there as our alert. That's good, but let's clean out the other stuff. Change from the close, we need 0.25%. Everything else is not the same. And then let's go and grab that one other, which was called count, which means how many new highs do you see before you start to visually see them. Add that filter, your count was 60. And let's just see what we get. Okay, for some reason it's giving me all those. Yep, not getting any. Brad mentioned he might have been getting a couple. No, I'm not getting any. That's a bummer. Okay, we tried. One more thing to try. Historical today. Nope. What about yesterday? Oh, come on. Hey, yesterday, look at that. The history was in there yesterday. That's weird. Yesterday, yesterday, yesterday. I'm going to tell Brad. Weird. Yeah, even the... Okay. Well, he's going to bring it up. That's very weird. Okay. Where are we here? Any opinion on love? Well, now we're going into the chart trader opinion. I wouldn't chase. I think it's done. I think it's done because yesterday you had kind of a nice beginning of a breakout and then a big push today. Now you've got a big washout candle. But most importantly, everything I've been talking about is showing us right here. The momentum is broken. It lasted about a day and a half, and it looks like it just kind of broke about a half an hour ago. Hang on one second. It's a new low. Okay, so love, I think, it's all out of love at the moment. It's going to have to reset. Watch it just confound me right here and just reverse and get back above that 10 period. I would fully expect it might get caught up again on the underside of that curling over moving average. I certainly wouldn't take an entry here. I feel like you're just late to the party. That big daily candle reversal, giant wick from 24 all the way up to 30. That's a blow off, in my opinion, and the blow offs need time to reconvene. Low float, but on the move. Oh, yeah, you're talking about love, right? All right, folks, I do believe we're caught up on the midday session here, where we just kind of shift gears a little bit from Barry, give him a break. Let's see what this is my watch list, my liked symbols, things I've been keeping an eye on. Look at that eBay, beautiful example of eBay pushing sideways and what forced eBay to come out of the sideways. I think you all can see that very easily. Carvana. Again, I'm just looking at the daily charts on most of these as we cycle through them. PayPal is a trade of the week. I am long this one in my real account. Try to be long the trade of the weeks when they trigger, so I can eat my own dog food. But I think you can see a lot of attempt and then a recapture there of the 10 period moving average on a 15. So no need to even look at PayPal. There's nothing to do but just let it marinate and let it grow. Gold miners, I've been watching them. I see them as kind of just a pullback GDX, and I think that 50-day moving average for the gold miners is going to hold. And I think it's going to fight its way back through these moving averages, hopefully in the next few days. NASDAQ, no bear case whatsoever, and a beautiful example of the 10 period moving average. The NASDAQ is still experiencing momentum. The semis are bleeding some of that momentum off. Interestingly enough, it's all about the NASDAQ. S&P, the SPYs are actually negative on the day. Silver, I'm also pretty bullish on. Just a matter of time. Pause, I'm actually long this one. It's a gold mining, silver mining stock. I got confidence in this one, even though it's just kind of in no man's land right now. Bought it off the bounce down here off the 20. And then these are the ones that are just kind of negative today. There's that Real Networks again doing nothing. The minute I look up here and see the 1 minute and 5 minute volumes are just anemic. No reason to feel like I'm missing out on anything over there. X due for a pullback. I'd be very interested in X if I could get it to pull right back here into this 200 and the rising 20. That might be an interesting level for the $10 level for the X US Steel holders. All right. Question. Yeah, I think that might be the problem. The blue arrow doesn't show on the current candle. It's only going to show on the most recently closed candle. But still didn't seem right. Here's a new trade in COLL, flashed on my screen there. Quarterback is the strategy name, which is a 25% pullback from a big move. And so you can see the blue line is not at highs. We're not buying a breakout. We bought a little bit of a pullback there. And looks like the low of that candle is going to be the stop. So if you're in this trade or you just took this trade, you can get a better price in the AI for the moment, but we'll be watching this 10 period moving average as it holds the price and possibly moves it. Looking over here on the daily chart, I kind of like what I see there. A big possibility of what we would call a bar reversal. Many down days. So this thing has had a pretty precipitous fall from 24 down to about 19. We'll see if it can build on it. Hey, look at this. This is very impressive, or at least a moment ago it was. The 5 minute and 1 minute volume were both very much above 100%. Looks like we're back to kind of the entry here. So that's quarterback. It's looking for stocks that made a move but pulled back 25%. It has nothing to do with football or anything like that. Yeah, there were a lot of alerts in that scan that he gave me, so they might have started showing up way back in the history. They're just not going to show up in real time, I guess. But it still didn't seem right. There's been a couple of trades that snuck in here. Let's sort by entry time. All right, there's the one we just looked at. Oh, horseshoe. I haven't seen that one in a while. This is my scan I created back in 2004 when Dan first contacted me. Looking for stocks that gapped up, came in and filled the gap. Didn't have to fill all of it, but half of it is a good start, or a third of it, sideways, 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 and then the alert comes out as it blasts back to new highs. That can be a very powerful setup. You know, the intradynamics of a gap that the sellers tried to get a hold of, and the sellers have now been shown to have lost the fight. And those sellers that were trying to show up here now have to get out by covering and buying, and you can see the price is moving higher. That's the anatomy of a horseshoe trade. And again, our entry is way up here, so we just need to keep sure that the price stays well above that rising 10-period moving average. And it looks like the last one that came through, no, I guess that one was already there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've already seen that one. So there's really only 2 new trades that have come through. That one's in the money, and this quarterback hopefully will be in the money. We shall see. Yeah, what Mike is saying in that love chart is it's coming off earnings, coming off a major catalyst. Wait and see what the last hour looks like, who really has control in the final hour. Meaning those are probably the best on days where you've just come off of a big news catalyst or an earnings catalyst. You want to see who grabs control of the price at the close. But, I mean, as it is, 20% is pretty darn good. It's just when you look at that candle, it was up a hell of a lot more at one point. All right, we're caught up on questions. I'll be here for another 10 minutes, roughly, before it goes back to the Barry show. Well, you just cannot stop this NASDAQ. That's the leader. You know, I can't think of a better example of using this momentum guide. How many tests do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Roughly 12 tests of the 15-minute 10 SMA. If I haven't sold you on this one simple indicator yet, I don't know how I can. It's just the guiding hand of momentum. And every day in the market, they're going to have stocks doing this, either to the upside or the downside. And that's where I like to focus, especially, most importantly, trade management. Once you're in a trade, your ego, your emotions will do everything possible to talk you out of a decent winner, when you should be staying in for a very bigger, juicier winner. And this is the type of stuff that can keep you in a trade. So bravo to that simple moving average that took me probably 20,000 hours of staring at charts to start to correlate and put together. It's also my contention that the algorithms and the quant funds that participate in the market are using some of the same if then therefores using this 10 period. Is the strong stock? Is the stock strong? Yes. Did it pull back and touch the 10? Yes. If then buy. I just think that that's really a big quotient as to what's going on these days. Here's the oil sector. Got way ahead of itself the last few days, blowing some steam off, as you would expect. Same with the airlines. There's another quarterback that just snuck in there while we were talking. That one's slightly in the money. FREQ pulled back a little bit, and there it goes. Horseshoe up, hanging in there. Thank you. I went on mute. Thank you, guys. All right. So I'm talking about DT here, and DT looks really good. It was a very nice breakout from back here. If you're in at 32, you've got a nice swing trade going. The most important thing to me was it held this 20-day, and what I was saying is I've got the 20-day simple moving average to act as a backstop, because occasionally the price might get a little tired and bleed through that 10-day, but it got caught up by the rising 20. That's okay. I will stay in those trades. My advice is, I'm going to say my advice, if this were me and I was in this trade, I would be looking for higher prices still. I think that it has a date with this blue line. Might be today, might be tomorrow, but as long as it hangs above, it's proven 4 days in a row that it can hang above this 20 period moving average. That looks like it's got your back. You've got some pretty good volume there as well, holding it up. Very good volume, I might add. Nothing about this says get out at the moment to me. I would stay in. So hopefully that helps, sweetie bee. Score, just out of curiosity, the score is an 89, which means it's got good fundamentals and good technicals here. It's above all moving averages. Can you give us any good entry advice? Well, that's, I would say, what were we just looking at? Naked. I mean, and when it comes to an intraday entry, I was mentioning, come on. I was mentioning that this is not your entry chasing that green candle, and this is not your entry chasing that green candle. Your entry is to look for stuff that has moved an early or midday, not late in the day, but while there's still time on the clock. This is your entry right there, using and leaning on that 10-day moving average. That would be a great example of an intraday entry. An example of a swing trade entry was something like this, which I showed earlier. It pulled back and it bounced off that 20-day moving average. I'm long this stock as a pullback entry, but I am also long this stock, PayPal, as a breakout entry. So there's no real one right way to do it. You just got to kind of pick your time frame and go from there. As you can see, this one, I really liked this big candle that washed out and closed back up. Those kind of candles, like this kind of candle, what happened the day or two after? Nice push. What happens after this candle? Nice push. So I went ahead and just bought at that green line and, the high of Friday. And that's kind of a momentum entry. I don't feel like I'm chasing because it is a sideways action. We're not chasing a bunch of big, giant green candles. All right, well, I'm pretty sure Barry's going to come on back any moment. He's streaming now, so I'm going to lose you guys. I'm going to go ahead and sign off, and Barry will reconnect with you all. And I will see you guys next Tuesday.
All right, guys. So in about 5 minutes, I will be doing my video, and then at 2 o'clock today, there is a marketing session that I will be attending. All right, Shiloh. It's too cheap. Too cheap. Well, I haven't shared it, but all you have to do is duplicate the window. Just duplicate it. Right click, duplicate the window. Okay, then it'll be here. And then when you have it duplicated, then just go to properties. Don't repeat. Check the don't repeat, and this is a big drop down menu for a day. Okay? You can do that. Okay, so just duplicate the window and then go through what I just did. Loud and clear, thank you. So guys, you're probably in the YouTube feed, you miss some excitement. A lot of us traded this DLTH. I'm still in some, not much, but the DLTH. And we were watching some of these other ones, ENLV. I didn't get it, unfortunately. I was a little late. ENLV, the alert was at 6:15. The stock is got as high as 6:44. Dave, that's nice. Yeah, I better actually mark that down. None today. There weren't any today. Well, my bias was just to completely and utterly disregard this naked brand, but because I've seen this so many times before in the pre-market that pops, drops, gets underneath $1 again. Not today. So even there at 149, 180 now, or hit 180. And of course, that was halted. That's right. That was actually halted. Yeah, the FUV, it's probably coming into maybe a little resistance in this area. So I'll let you guys in the United States of America answer that question for Traxy. No, gosh, look at this. I mean, it's actually trying to run up here. Traders are, getting crazy about this one again. CHK trying to run up again, and it is halted again. Yeah, I just didn't trust it, like us to take out 150. I really didn't. I've seen this one too many times, but you know what? Today was its day, obviously. I mean, look at the volume, 79 million. So that has traded the over 10 times the float, 12, 13, about 13 times the float. Crazy. Actually, I'm pretty excited to see this one in action tomorrow with the don't repeat. All right, guys, it's time for me to do my video. So I will do my video now. All right, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Well, look at Duluth now. I don't have, well, actually, I'm out of it. I'm sorry. I don't have any left now on that little pullback, but I'm completely out of this now. But look at it go. So now, if you're in this one, 1073, looking left on that monthly chart. While I was doing the video, let's see what this one did, SLNO. While I was doing the video, this one popped up here, SLNO, and at 201, just as I was doing the video, I was displaying it. I mean, it got up to 224. I mean, listen, this had bad news, late stage drug failure, but for whatever reason, some volume came in. People trying to bottom fish right now. So let's see what else shows up here. Wow, Cloudera. I mean, it can. Oh my gosh, guys, look at this. Even I get it, amazed sometimes. But look at this. Look at the volume that came in. It pulled back, and then all of a sudden, look at this. And it's not quite the same volume, but it's even a bigger candle and less volume, but still big volume. Astonishing. Basically wiping out, those 3 days of moving down. This was the earnings, okay? In advance of earnings, it looked really promising. Earnings come out. Reaction is not good. And the same thing now with FEYE. Same thing. Not quite the same pattern and all, but now look at this, getting right to the 200-day moving average. 1409 is the 200-day moving average. Just trying to get a little above it. Is it going to care that that's the 200-day moving average for FEYE? And DLTH, I mean, this is so crazy. I mean, you'd think that these were the same sector. All three of them in the same sector, the way they were trading. That's what it is? Exploring a sale? Okay. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. That's right. I forgot. Tomorrow, guys, we have a... that's too bad. I got a little excited because it said uCloudLink. I thought maybe it was some kind of a cloud. It's probably cloud-based software, but there's nobody big in it. Valuable Capital Limited, iBanker Security. I mean, the only intriguing thing is that it has only 2.6 million shares at 18 to 20. We'll see we'll have to see where this opens. The symbol is UCL. So that'll be for tomorrow, but I don't anticipate some. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Nobody of note is in this, but only 2 million, and it's fairly expensive for 2 million shares. So we'll see. All we can do is wait for it to open and see how it trades. Oh man, this is crazy. So CHK just resumed after being halted again. Well, this is real bottom fishing, guys. I mean, SLNO got just slammed today because late stage drug. I don't know how many other drugs they've got in their pipeline, but late stage drug failure, which is never good, obviously. Yeah, Cloudera is halted, yes, for volatility. Let's see if it turns into a news halt. Okay, another one just got, oh, resumed. Sorry, this resumed? No, I didn't even know it was halted. Doesn't look like this was halted. Duo? Obviously out of China. Very low volume. There are no videos because there's not one way to use Holly, okay? I mean, the only thing I can say is use, to start off with, use it as a watch list, follow the stocks all day long, make sure you have the strategy trades all open window. If you don't have that open, open it from the toolbar, file new, from the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Now I understand what somebody was complaining about earlier, that their windows disappear. They're clicking on the channels, and of course, each channel replaces the next one. So I think that's what they were complaining about. Well, that's just the way it works. You can only have, because everything in a channel is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. No, this is not over yet. DLTH still has some room, a little bit of room. We're right there, big level if you're in this one. See that right there on that weekly chart? After that, I mean, who knows? I mean, $10 is... I have my alert set for right here, the high of the day for VRM. I mean, it's not that far away, is it? 47.50? Yeah, it's not that... Not the way this could trade. Man, I wish I still had my DLTH. Yeah, the only thing I see is that it's up on an analyst upgrade. No, forget it. No, that was early. That was early on in the day. I'd call Holly's. Yesterday was not a good day. Today, not terrible. I mean, there are a couple ones that were not too bad. I mean, certainly the Fate, but it has pulled back now quite a bit. But No, it really pulled back. But I never know how to answer a question like that. How is Holly? And because I use that as more like a watch list. So, I don't really look at the percentages. I took one of the trades. It didn't work out. The CanF. Keep an eye on this SLNO, guys. I mean, well, there's the 200-day moving average, number one. 242. Let's see if this kind of holds and maybe gives another little run close to the 200-day. I mean, it's just, I mean, the volume that came in. Oh, I'm glad you made some money there, Monsieur Bolsano. Comment ça va? Let's see. See, I don't even look at this. I'm the worst person, but let's just say, well, not the worst person, but okay, so let's look at NEO as an example. So on $100 risk based on stop loss per trade, that's what that is telling you. $61 conservative, moderate, and aggressive. That's all I can tell you. Conservative means getting out exactly when the AI got out, when Holly got out. Moderate is sticking in the trade, even if there was unless there actually was a stop hit. And aggressive. And I say this all the time. I hope we're getting rid of this, the way this is displayed. That's all I can. That's all I can tell you. But that's based. It says on $100 risk based on stop loss, etc. All right, guys. You know what? I took this a little specky trade here for the SLNO. If it gets down to two or anywhere close to two, I'm out. I'm in at 211. Okay, that's the SLNO. Just in case it has a little bit of a run, but if it gets even close to 210, I'm out. This has to move fairly quickly. Sorry, 210, 211. I'm sorry, 211. I'm in. There's the high. I mean, it gets close to that high, I'll probably take it out. Yeah, I don't know about news. I thought maybe back here when it was basing a little bit, I thought maybe you got some volume. This looks really in disarray. That's all I can say. I mean, something's wrong. I mean, these promoters are not don't have the greatest reputation, but they sure heralded the signing of the Disney and the Fox exec a couple of days ago or 3 days ago. Oh yeah, the AI is always being active. There's always active R&D. We're trying to, the stop is the big thing. Trying to develop a stop that it really, really makes sense. We've been, we've got this VWAP stop. The stop is almost one of the keys. Well, this wasn't bad either. CORR, core, there was the alert at 1441. We are now at 14. No, 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 no. There's no way I'm holding this overnight. This is just a real specky little trade, okay? I mean, it had horrible news today. Horrible news, okay? So there's no way I'm holding this overnight. It gets any closer to, but listen, that's just the way, that's just me, okay? It gets any closer to where I bought it, I'm out. I mean, I'm just, I want to see if I can get somewhat close to that 200-day moving average, that's all. Goods! Hi. All right, guys, I've traded some out at 221, just a dime, but I mean, percentage basis, not bad. I'm not tempting this one. Traded some out at 221 for the SLNO. I'm just not going to. Yeah, it is on the move. I'll give you that. And there's volume. I mean, there's a lot of volume in this one. There's some volume coming into it, but it just seems kind of wrecked right now to me. What's the best time to scan stocks using alert windows in the morning to be ahead? Not sure I know how to answer that question. I mean, we're scanning all day long, so I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. I mean, the market, we start getting our data as trade ideas at 7 in the morning Eastern time, and of course the market opens at 9:30. So I'm looking at stocks that wow, this is really starting to move, guys. Now, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. I mean, I could say we scan stocks all day long. Obviously, in the first hour of any day is where you're going to have a lot of activity. But I mean, our scanner is scanning all day long. Yes. I'm sorry. Maybe that I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Yes, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. How many halts? Oh, 1:41. So 2 o'clock, I have a marketing meeting. Yeah, ENLV. Yeah, so it had the pullback. If I were only better at playing pullbacks, this will be on the watch list almost for sure tomorrow. All right, next on the hit parade, AEY. Look at this. I mean, look at looking left. It has room to maybe that 470 mark, 475. Again, when I say that, guys, I'm not telling everybody to hop in and it's going to, it's going to go to 470. Understand what I'm saying. Just take a look. There is definitely, probably, maybe some resistance right around that area. Oh, no, Michael, you can't. Okay, you can. It only works with Interactive Brokers. Michael D. Only works with Interactive Brokers. You can. I think I answer that question some maybe in an email that you might have sent. You can obviously link to Vanguard, and so that the symbol will pop into your order entry, but then you have to trade within Vanguard. The only way you can trade within Trade Ideas is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Hey, did you hear that? Well, it is, yes, it is. There's a lot of volume that just came in. But let's see if it takes this out. I mean, right there, that was where I was hoping. Now, why couldn't this happen right there? You can't. It'll tomorrow. I mean, if you get out of every trade at the end of the day, then you'll have nothing carried over. But you can't do it intraday. I mean, I can because I'm in a development version, but you can't, Sid. Well, Michael, if you can hear me, the purpose of the linkage, it's a time saver. I mean, if you're clicking on a lot of alerts or, alerts like I do all day long, okay, it'd be a real pain if I had to type that into my order entry because the other thing that I'm looking at is my time and sales within my brokerage platform, okay? So, this is Interactive Brokers, but imagine if I had another broker, I'd be looking at this also. And then I'd be wanting to maybe trade it. So if you're only clicking on a few symbols a day, it's not a big deal. You could type them in. But that's what the purpose of linking is in the general sense. It is just a time saver. Wow. Well, if you exit every trade, Sid, it should. If you exit every trade at the end of the day, okay, so if I had, let me take a trade here. I'm going to buy, yeah, I'll buy it at the market. So here I am. So if before 4 o'clock, if I flatten this trade, that's it. Yeah, okay. You just have to flatten everything before the end of the day. Of course, you can leave the trade. Yeah, if you want to. I mean, then treat it like a swing trade. You can leave it overnight, and well, as long as you want. Then you'll be treating it more like a swing trade. NIO popped that high of the day. It did pop that high of the day, yes. Oh, it's a lot of room still. IMRN, afraid to look. Yeah, it is definitely getting, yeah, right there, that little basing in the 15 and now starting to be great if you got a big volume bar though, wouldn't it? Big volume bar to pop it up again. Probably take out that high of the day. All right, what are we doing here? OPES. Look, another one that's just popping out of nowhere. Look at the volume, guys. Look. Oh, wow, this one. I don't know anything about this one. Acquisition company. Isn't that like that VTIQ? Wasn't that VTIQ, the same sort of thing? And there's the high. Lifetime high would be right up there. Crazy looking chart. Yeah, but what wasn't that? What wasn't VTIQ some kind of an acquisition company that they took over? Or they yeah. So this is the same thing. Business associations. Okay, so you can see what the problem with NTZ is. There's that 200-day right up there. Okay, one moment, please. Oh, I had my sound off. I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say bonjour, mon ami. Be like water, back in town. So let me do this again. I'm sorry. I had myself on mute. So there is the horizontal line. So move your pointer, and when it changes, when the icon changes, left click on your mouse and then hit delete on the keyboard. Okay? Now, will I be wrong on this NTZ? Will that 200 days stall it? 129. Well, it's through it now. NTZ, it is through it now. You guys can hear me now, right? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay. Crazy, crazy one. Look at the volume though. 1.3 million shares, 7.8 million in the float. So yeah, I just don't know enough about these sorts of companies. But man, oh man, that VTIQ, once it like, is that a merger or a takeover of the NKTA or? Are you talking about this one? JB, the second one beside basic new highs and lows? Not this one. That's the chart. You're not talking about that one. So, which one are you talking about? This one? Okay, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you how you can do it. You have this one, right? The basic new highs and lows, the sort of the original. Okay, so right click on it and duplicate it. Okay, so right click on it and duplicate it. And then once you right click and duplicate it, then go to properties. Click on, okay, right click on the window, go to properties, and then you see where it says don't repeat? Click on don't repeat, and then check it, and then for a day. That's all I've done. There's a drop down menu, and I've said for a day. Okay, and that's all that is. And I know Fossil was way earlier too. Yeah, I just have a tough time trading this. I mean, IMRN, man, oh man, though, look at this. It could take out that, get some more volume, takes out that high. Impossible Foods is not a public company right now, is it? No, I know. I answered. I said hello to him en français. Well, guys, what to say? IMRN. Wow. It's been halted so many times because it's just math. Unless it's a news halt, no, it's just math. It's even though it doesn't look like it, it's gone up too much or too little, too much or down too much in a certain time period. So it just gets halted. It might be, Zach. Even here, look at this, 1951 on an alert. Even there, even though you would think it'd be so late. This is probably one of the more crazy traders I've seen. It had the huge, it really didn't do anything in the pre-market, okay? And then I think at 9:15, it popped and it came back down. And that looked like it was the end of it. I mean, it got up to 14. It got basically cut in half. And, for about an hour, did nothing. And then all of a sudden, kaboom. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. This marketing meeting should start sometime soon. Not quite, hasn't started yet, but wow. Well, congratulations, anybody who took the IMRN. Congratulations. Be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Obviously, it's a lifetime high. Look at this. What a daily candle that is. I mean, this was, remember, guys, yesterday. So this is a 10 bagger. Yesterday, it closed around, I don't know, $2 or so. 210. Yeah, I wouldn't be holding it overnight either. And another one, yeah. Look at this. Good grief, Duo. The problem is it had no volume whatsoever. When it first got halted, it was 22,000 shares, and my goodness, I don't know what to say. I mean, look at this. But it's only 35,000 shares, 20 in the float. I mean, this could go to 100 or to zero. Yeah, no, thanks, Chris. Yeah, it was answered. Impossible Foods is not public. I actually like theirs better than Beyond Meat. I haven't really done too much of that stuff, but I actually think I liked it a little better than Beyond Meat's. Not that not that that makes any difference. All right, guys, the marketing meeting is just going to start, so I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys. Excuse me. I'm now back, and I'm just. It's amazing. Some of these little guys. Look at the volume that comes in. Chris is not beautiful. I mean, it would have to take up 111. You can see right there, but you never know. I mean, it's a million. I mean, basically, it's traded a million shares today. 861 right there. So I mean, something is getting this moving. But can it take out this 111? That's the big thing. 33 million in the float. Not a Chris. Uh, but if it takes out that 111, look out. I mean, this could have a big run. I know. We only want to talk about IMRN. I'm going to be really interested to see how this closes and also trades tomorrow. This is not shortable for me. And I was again, very, very, very wrong. Well, not wrong. I don't want to say wrong, but I thought maybe that 200-day moving average for NTZ would stall it a little bit more. So there it is. Okay. So that was the big. No, I'm sorry. There was the big stall. One candle, one 5-minute candle, and then right through it. I mean, look at it right there. There's the 200-day moving average right on the chart. Wow. And Gaia, Mother Earth, let's see, what are you doing? 954? Just horrible. This is one of the most awful, awfulest looking daily charts you're going to see. And weekly chart. Just awful looking. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping all over the place. There was another one that I did see also just before yeah, Infi, the same kind of thing. I mean, you can see like they're not all the same. We get the alert, but I mean, when I looked at that weekly chart, I thought, well, 113 is going to be tough. Rather, so the ones that worked before had much better weekly and daily charts. Oh, well, didn't it come? It's probably coming into some, yeah, I mean, there has to be, you would think, some resistance. Okay, I mean, look at it on that monthly chart right there. So right around 196, 2. I mean, look at the monthly chart. Lots and lots of resistance right in that area. Now, it could pop right through it. I mean, if it pops through 2, I mean, look out. I mean, this has got a lot of room. But, I mean, that 200-day moving average didn't hardly impeded it at all. I mean, Chris is the one I'm interested in. I mean, if it can take out that, let's see, what is it, 111? If it takes out 111, it's got all that room. We've seen quite a few today of these ones that have basically slept all day, and all of a sudden volume comes in out of nowhere. Guys, who knows? Look at GNUS news. What I'm drawing your attention to are all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Wow, if it can take out 430, 436 or so, I mean, all these bottoming tails right there. Remember, the sellers tried to knock it down, buyers close it up. Sellers tried again, buyers close it here. Sellers tried again. Maybe they're ceding control to the buyers. If they do, and if some volume comes in, and it takes out that 436, you could have a little run. Well, Zach is going to look very prescient, jokingly saying 30 hours ago. Well, another one right near the 200-day moving average. That's XELB, right near the 200-day moving average. Let's see what it does there. My problem with it is that there's, a lot of resistance here and here and here. You see the difference between a lot of these charts on the, if you look at the, say, a weekly chart, what you want to see for these small ones, in my opinion anyway, you want to see a lot more room. You don't want to see all this. You want to see a nice big white area up here that it can kind of fill in. Big void. Look at the difference here. So you saw once it cleared that 200 day, look left, it had all this area up here that it could get to. Okay, one moment, please. Well, Chris just hopped. Boy, keep an eye on Chris. It's just slightly over that area, 111, just slightly over it. I'm looking at the bid ask 110, 113. Love to see maybe get the bid up to about 113, 114. Then I'm probably going to take that trade with a fairly tight stop and see what happens. And that's the CRIS. Just watching, watching, watching. It's like a real game here. They're completely they're completely speculative. Don't get me. We're not talking about buying Apple. But these, they can give you like tremendous percentage returns in a very short period of time. That's all. Okay, a minute, guys. I'm going to see if it has any sort of move. Got in at 113. But I'm not holding this long. If it doesn't move very quickly, I'm just turfing it. All right, guys. These are just scalps for me. Probably quick ones. But it's up to you. You have to trade it the way you see fit. Well, I didn't mean to see how many shares. Well, I mean, of course, when I see the alert out of Lycos, I mean, I see it right on my chart. I see right on the chart. So I don't want to actually have it as a filter to only filter it. I do see what you're saying. Wow, XELB, guys, where did that happen? 126. No, I know what you're saying, just as a column so you can see the actual volume. Of course, I'm seeing it right here. You know, the minute I click on an alert, I'm just looking at these charts and I can just see that big volume bar. This is predominantly, Jim, this is predominantly stocks. I'm not saying nobody trades futures, but predominantly. Well, I don't even know what to say with this duo. This just isn't fair. I don't know. We saw this one. It got halted. This is the first time I saw it halted. Was back at. It had 20 odd thousand shares. I think I have my minimum. Ah, there, right there. Duo was halted at 1835. It might have been halted earlier, but I do have a minimum of 20,000 shares, so it's possible it was halted even earlier. And now, I mean, it's just gone crazy, and it's only 70,000 shares. Insane. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want the spread to be so bad because otherwise, who's going to buy it? You know, I mean, if the spread, especially on a a stock like this spread was a penny, 116, 117 right now. Imagine if it was 108, 117 as an example. I mean, to get it, you have to buy it at 117. You're already down 9 cents. Okay, so when you see spreads like that, it's almost either daring you to take it or wanting people not to trade it. I mean, that's the only way I look at it. Well, yeah, I mean, if it gets a little closer, that means that there's a little bit of enthusiasm. If the bid starts catching up to the ask, that means there are people that were maybe it's getting a little more enthusiasm. It's just making it easier to trade. That's all. Unbelievable. And look at this. Look at the bid ask stacking up 100. Oh man. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Chris. I made like 2 cents, so I'm out of the Chris. I was looking to see. Meanwhile, naked. Well, this will be on the watch list for tomorrow. Let's see if it has any continuation. If it does, I mean, right there, 421 is the next area of potential resistance. So yeah, just a couple pennies on the. I was hoping it would get maybe in the high 20s, but it didn't. And that's for the Chris. Yeah, the problem with these XLEB to me is a lot of resistance right around 156 or so. Otherwise, this would be really looking interesting. Remember, there's lots of volume, lots of you can get in and out. I'm not trying to tell people to do this. I'm just saying that these are not. These are pretty liquid situations that we're talking about. Duo June 23rd pre-market. That's when we have it, Jason. But I'm also noticing that they've changed it to June the 10th. Yeah, I see that right there, the news on June the 10th. Let's see if it's before the market or, well, it has to be before the market. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. I mean, this is insane though. Just opened. And of course, it got halted again. Yeah, well, where would you have shorted, Jason? Be honest now. If you could have shorted, where would you have shorted? Be honest. So you're trying to tell me you wouldn't have tried to short there or there or there or there or there or there? Like now is the time? No other places? Seriously. Just between you and me. I don't know, but I don't. All I'm saying, and I'm kind of kidding Jason, I mean, because we always look at these things and say, oh my gosh, I wish I had shorts right there. And then, ooh, I'm glad I didn't. Well, right there, ooh, I'm glad I didn't. Ooh, I'm glad I did. You know what I mean? And then when it's $200, you know, other than the fact that it's moving down, I don't know what's going on with CANF. I mean, I know it was an AI alert earlier, but I didn't love it. I got into this one. I took a little loss on it. Actually, I got a flat. That's right, 221, 221. It's ugly though. It's an ugly, ugly looking weekly chart. Ugly looking daily chart. I mean, I hope you guys see what when I say these things. Can you not see as opposed to a chart that hopefully I can find a one that's prettier. Isn't that? Well, it's not bad, but I mean, even look at the weekly chart here. But you know, when you have all sorts of chop and all sorts of topping tails, bottoming tails. Meanwhile, DLTH, which I do not have anymore, you know, I mean, look at this one. You know, look at the difference. I mean, I'm not saying there's never any chop, but you don't have all sorts of chop with topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Very, very difficult to try to establish a trend. All right, guys, so I'm shutting down around 3 o'clock unless there are questions. You know, just pop in the subscription link. Anybody's interested in taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, so you can join in all the fun. It says pre-market for Duo. Oh, well, of course it's fishy. I mean, of course it is. The fishiest part of it is that there's no volume. 75,000 shares moving a stock up $85. That's insane. It's insane. So that is probably the most fishy part of it. Yeah, right. I wish I knew. Yeah, the LTRPV is another crazy one like that. I mean, the CHK, kind of the same, not quite up to $100, but I mean, now at least this has volume, though. I mean, at least there's some volume. I'm not saying it's this should have gone up here, but at least there was some volume. Tremendous multitasker, King. Especially now that I don't have to answer as many questions about Brokerage Plus and things. I'm just basically getting people to watch the video, so it's getting easy. It'll be a lot easier for me to actually trade a little more. But the thing is, I don't trade that much. Anyway, I only trade. I mean, actually, today's a big day for me. I think I've traded four stocks. Yes. Yes, goods. When I do new Holly Strat window, are you talking here? Okay. Strategy trades window. Okay. Well, once you do it once, though, what you're talking about, expanding columns and things like that. Once you do it once, that's it. And then, save the window. Once you get it all formatted the way you want, and then, have this window wherever you want it. And then make sure when you save your, you can save your layout to your computer and also save it to the cloud. And then when you reload Trade Ideas tomorrow, it'll look like this. It'll look like the way you formatted it. Okay? Oh, I just haven't taken it out, Michael. That's all. I said that I was out of it, but I just haven't. Well, this is fascinating. Yes. Oh yeah? You think look at this, 147, 133. This is insane. Absolutely insane. You could save it as the default. Yep. You could save it as the default once you do it. Save as default. But of course, if you just save your work to everything you do, every little change you might make to a window, put an alert to sound on, change a column. If once you're done, you can you can save your layout to your computer. Give it a name, and also save it to the cloud. Entire layout, give it a name, save it. When you exit, file, exit, save layout, yes. Come back tomorrow, everything is exactly the way you want it. Was it an IPO? Yeah, it doesn't appear. I don't know if it was an IPO or symbol name change. I really don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. It might have been an IPO. Okay, it wasn't. Yeah, there you go, Jason. Yeah, probably. What was it? A symbol name change or something? Just change this, and that it looks like it on a chart because it only started trading as Duo here. Well, Stalker, up here, file in your toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Okay? So it's from the toolbar that you save your work. File, save or share to cloud. And then, entire layout, give it a name and save it. So all that's from the, well, you can, yes. You save, I do that all the time. I save each individual window to the cloud, right click, save, save. I save each individual window to the cloud. Why do I do that? Because I may have a layout, right? So this is my layout right here. But I might say to myself, you know what? An alert window that I used to use a while back. I wonder if it's still good. And so I can load it from the cloud, take a look at it, and then maybe I say, yeah, I want to also have this as part of my layout again. So you save each window to the cloud. It's just good practice to do that. So Enoch, how to get it? Just click on this Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. The basic new high will go to the Word document, and then you just have to. Then it'll be there for you to take a look at. Okay, and then all I have to do is copy the link, and then file load. Load from cloud, and when you copy the link, and then just paste it in here, and then load it. Unbelievable. So it's stacking up 133. Boy, some craziness with that CANF though. Now I'm willing to keep this room open a little bit longer just to see what happens with this duo. Meanwhile, FOSL continues down. I'm very excited about having this basic new highs open tomorrow in the non-repeat just to see, especially the early ones, because sometimes the early ones very whippy right off the bat, but then they might set up later on in the day. NTZ, jeez, look at this pullback, boom, and on volume, guys. Now, this is the huge area for it. I mean, look, if it takes this out, say over $2. I mean, then what do they do even? Upholstered, where are they out of? Italy. Oh, okay. Natuzzi. All right, guys, this will be on the watch list tomorrow. Look at XENT taking out right at that level here, 1423. And now there's the CANF also moving up. So it took that level out in a heartbeat. So XENT. Multilingual, absolutely. Little Spanish, little French, little Italian, smattering of Portuguese. Or Portuguese. Portuguese. What is this one doing? So let's take a look at Duo. Okay, so this now is going to be more than a 10-minute halt. You got halted at 248, and it is now past 253. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Yeah, that's the insane part of it, Jason. More so, I mean, it might sound crazy that, stock that goes from 10 to 105, that's insane enough, but just no volume. Who's buying this? You got to think, who the heck is buying this? Even I'll ask that question. Well, it's still halted for volatility unless they come in and say halted because of ridiculousness. Yeah, Robinhood traders. They're the ones who that are getting blamed for for things like Hertz moving up and CHK. We have a new designation or class of stock called the bankruptcy stocks. Well, we don't know if it's going to go up after the halt. It has been. And right now, I mean, the way it's stacking up is that, it's halted at 105, so it's stacking up at 121, 121. Whether that remains. And again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. This is not part of Trade Ideas, time and sales and all. Okay. Yeah, we should have a new designation. Halt because of ridiculousness. That's another one. You're absolutely right. WLL is another bankruptcy stock moving, or that has moved. Certainly, yeah. I mean, that's what I use in the pre-market. Look at CanF now. You can guys with hair don't you can pull all your hair out looking at moves like this. I mean, there it is. Okay, it's doing nothing, nothing, nothing. All of a sudden, it gets a big sell down to 2, and then out of nowhere, look. Yeah, pre-market actives up or down. That's what I use for my scanning. Yes, Enoch. And look at the volume that's coming in for CanF. I'm just waiting to see when if it's a okay 258, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt for Duo. It will be a multiple of 5. Then it's open. And it is, oh my, oh my, 118, 122, 116, 122, bid ask. Let's watch that bid ask for fun. I mean, you can't trade this. Oh, again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Your broker will have something similar. This is not Trade Ideas, okay? And I'm just waiting for it to get halted again. Ooh, Naked got halted on the way down. And this might get halted on the way down. Well, if I had shorts, I mean, maybe, maybe take like one share, but I have no shorts available. No, no, it would never show up on the AI at HAL Designer. There's no history. They didn't have enough volume right at the beginning at like 22,000 shares. It's been like this for a long time, Botac. We've seen like I would say certainly since yeah, I mean maybe since March, you know, we've had more big moves for sure. You know, we until the pandemic, I think there'd only been one other day where the Dow was down or up 1,000 points, and now we've had a few of them now. All right, guys. So easy come, easy go. Now look at it. 47, 48. Okay, guys, that's about it for me. 301. Enough fun for one day. All right, everybody. Wow, lot of excitement. I'm pretty excited about this watching this in the Don't Repeat tomorrow. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.